gosh. Oh, here we go. I didn't change any of the settings from last time. Okay. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. If you're watching this on demand. If you're not watching this on demand, then just gonna wait for people to see that I'm streaming. What time is it? 6:05? Okay. Okay, before we get started, as you can see, I added new things to the side. I added new things to the side. Yeah, I'm gonna go check my audio. I'm gonna check my audio real quick. I got an ad. Okay, cool. So, in the last episode, we finished the prologue, which was 4 hours long. But, you know, we got through it. It took a lot longer than I hoped it would, but we did it. And today, we're going to start the first chapter. Probably going to read one chapter, because I have stuff to do tonight, but we just met Saber, in case you didn't know. So we're going to go and do that. What's going to happen, I think, is we're going to get everything from Shirou's perspective. And we didn't get a lot about him in Rin's prologue, but we saw him for a little bit. He died, and then he came back to life. And then we met Saber, and then she was about to kill us, and then she looks gorgeous. The game said that, not me. The game said she was beautiful, not me. I still think so. Anyway, so I now have a menu screen, and I have several options here to load, start, config. I can start a new game, or can load save game. I think we need to click on start, and it hopefully won't take us to the prologue. Uh-oh, my stream. I'm like so worried my stream is going to cut off because YouTube is being so weird about this bitrate thing, and I don't know what bitrate is. I just want to stream, but let's start. Here we go. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I've created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. Ooh. This is Shirou talking. Should I do his voice? When I came to, I was in a burning field. I guess there was a big fire. The familiar town had turned into ashes, and it looked like the remains of a battlefield from a movie. But that didn't last long either. The fire had died down by the time the sun rose. The tall wall of flame had shortened, and most of the buildings had fallen. It felt strange being the only thing in that place that still had its original form. I was the only one still alive around here. I must have been really lucky, or my house was built in a very lucky spot. I don't know which it was, but the point is, I was the only one left alive. I felt that since I survived, I should live on. I started walking aimlessly because I thought it would be dangerous just to stay there. I wasn't really concerned about getting burned up like the people lying around me. Probably because, over and above not wanting to be like them, I had a stronger feeling in my mind. But still, I had no hope. It was already a wonder I was still alive, so I couldn't expect to be saved. I won't survive. Whatever happens, I won't be able to escape this red world. It was such an absolute hell that even such a small child could understand it. I collapsed. Was it because there was no air? Was it because no function was left in my body? Anyway, I collapsed and stared up at the clouded sky. Everything around me was burned up, and I could see many blackened, unmoving people. The dark clouds loomed overhead, telling me it would rain soon. That's good. The fire will be put out once it rains. In the end, I sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. I say to myself that it hurts. I say so on behalf of all the people who couldn't even say so. That was 10 years ago. After that, I was miraculously saved. My body survived. But I think all the other things about me burned up and were reduced to ashes. If you take away a child's parents, home, and all such things, there's nothing left for him. That's why there is only my body. I think it's a simple story. In other words, in order to let my body live, my heart died. Wow. I'm dreaming. Guys, I was playing... hello? I squint my eyes at the white light. Guys, I was playing Zenless Zone Zero earlier, and I hit level 40. So bright, I think. It was just light entering my eyes when I woke up, but I'm not used to it. I probably didn't even understand what the bright light meant. Oh, what's up, Haley? When my eyes focus, I'm surprised. I'm lying on an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar room. I'm surprised, but the room is so white and clean that I feel safe. I look around. The room is big and there are many beds. A person is in each bed and everyone seems to be hurt, but nothing feels ill in this room. Everyone who's hurt is someone who is saved. I relax to let my eyes wander. Outside the window, the bright blue sky was unbelievably beautiful. After a few days, I finally understood. I could clearly remember what happened in the past few days. Even so, I was no different from a newborn baby. Not just a metaphor, it was close to the truth. Anyway, it was a terrible fire. I'd been saved from it, was in a hospital with my body wrapped in bandages, and my parents were gone. I didn't get the situation, but I vaguely understood that I was alone. I think I understood quickly. Well, there was nothing but children in similar situations around me, so all I could do was absorb the fact. And after that, the man came, right when I was beginning to worry that what would happen to me next. What man? What man? He came on the day my bandages were taken off and I was able to eat without help. Wrinkled coat and uncombed hair. The man, a bit younger than the doctor, felt more like a big brother than a father. Ooh. Shirou-kun. A smile that seems to melt into the white sunlight. I think it was a suspicious voice, but a very kind voice. That man was saying he could adopt me. When I asked him if he was a relative of mine, he said he was just a stranger. He looked like an unreliable guy with no future. But it made no difference as I knew nothing about either one, him or the orphanage. So I decided to go with him. The guy quickly started packing my stuff. His packing wasn't very good, even in the eyes of a child. Oh, okay. Guys, we're so excited to... I guess tell me one more thing before we go with him. Turns to me lightheartedly and says, okay, he says he's a sorcerer. Now, if you don't remember in the last episode, we got told there was only like 5 sorcerers in the world. Only 5. Everybody else who does magic is a mage, but there's only 5 sorcerers. So, this guy must be pretty important. He says it in a serious, exaggerated tone. It happened in an instant. Come to think of it now, I was really a child back then. I automatically believed those words. I guess I said so with bright eyes. Since that time, I became his child. Actually, I don't remember what I said back then, but my father would always talk about that day. He would remember and retell the story again and again. So for my father, Emiya Kiritsugu, that might have been the happiest day of his life. So, I guess it was strange for my father to tell me that he was a sorcerer, but I was strange as well for admiring that. And thus, I became an adopted son, and my last name became Emiya. Emiya Shirou. When I said my name, I was really proud of having that same last name as Kiritsugu. I'm dreaming. A story from my childhood is when I finally convinced my father to make me his student. So it must have been about 8 years ago. When I was old enough to stay at home by myself, Kiritsugu started to leave the house on a regular basis. He would say in his normal tone that he would travel the world and actually act on those words. That's how it was after that. It was normal for him to leave the house empty for a month, and he sometimes wouldn't come home for half a year. Like 6 months. The Emiya house is a big Japanese-style house, and Kiritsugu and I were the only ones living there. I was perplexed in this house at times, and it was far too big for a child. But still, I liked my life here. Emiya Kiritsugu would come home from his journeys and tell me lots of stories like a child. And the child who shared his last name would be at home waiting for those stories. I was always alone in the house, but that loneliness would all fade with the stories he brought back. The father who was always chasing his dreams like a kid. His attitude was astounding, but he always seemed dazzling to me. That might be why I wanted to be like him someday. Well, on top of that, looking at my ever-dreaming father, I felt I should become reliable myself. 1:31. Okay, so we are going back in time. Fate's Day night, 1 day. Okay. Okay, so in the prologue, we went all the way to February 2nd. So we're going to probably relive these moments from Shirou's perspective, which is fine. Hopefully it's not 4 hours long. I hear a sound. I hear a heavy, old, rusty sound as the door opens. Alright, who's this? Oh, you know, it might be, my mind waking up. Drinking my Baja Blast. Feels the cold air and the approaching footsteps. Oh, shoot. Why'd they put... they went nuts on this art. Sakura smiles and nods as if accustomed to this situation. Sakura seems more upbeat than usual today, as if she's happy about something. Fujine is Fujimura Taiga. Anyway, I answer her with a sleepy head. I don't know what I'm saying with my mind not fully awake. Sakura is giggling. Gah! Gah! Guess my head was still dozing and I said something weird. The cold... Guys, I'm so good at reading. When I saw that, I thought that said the cold doo-doo. Sorry. The cold outdoor air helps in a situation like this. The chill works to beat the sleepiness out of my head. In front of me is Matou Sakura, or Sakura Matou, my junior at school. This place is a shed behind my house, and the time is 6 o'clock. Sakura says so in a happy tone. It's unusual. Sakura really seems to be in a good mood this morning.
今起きるから一緒にキッチンに行こう。よし、準備完了。それじゃあ行こう、さくら。
さくら。
いえ、その先輩。
なんだよ。
いえ、そういうことではないんですけど、その先輩、家に戻る前に着替えた方がいいと思います。
Is he shirtless? That said, I looked down at myself. I fell asleep while I was working, so I'm still wearing my overalls. Being my work clothes are pretty dirty. I can't imagine what Fujine would say to me if I went into the house like this.
まだ目が覚めてないみたいだ。なんか普段に増して抜けてるな、俺。
そうかもしれませんね。ですから朝食の支度は私に任せて、先輩はもう少しゆっくりしていてください。
そうだな。それじゃあ着替えてから行くから、さくらは先に戻っていてくれ。
はい、お待ちしてますね、先輩。
Wow, Sakura leaves. Well, I have to change into my school uniform and clear up this mess. The shed is built on the edge of our yard, and just as it seems, it's a warehouse we all put our junk in. But for me, it's a place of treasures, as I've enjoyed messing with things since I was a kid. Father didn't allow me to go into the shed, but I always sneaked in there. As a result, it became my base. For me, Emiya Shiro, I guess you could call this place my real room. The big Emiya household doesn't suit me, and I can only relax in this space full of junk.
そもそももったいないじゃないか。ガラクタって言ってもまだ使えるし。
Besides, it's a wish. Even if it's junk, you can still use it. Most that's what he sounds like, by the way. Most of the things in here are appliances that can't be used anymore. Did I bring all the junk in here because I like the place, or did I come to like it because of all the junk? Anyway, since I was always sneaking in there, it became my hobby to fix the broken things. It's not like I get attached to things. I think it just annoys me not to use things that can still be used. And just like that, I was fixing up this stove all last night.
途中で寝るなんて集中力が足りない証拠だ。
I shake off the feeling of disappointment in myself. I gather up the parts of the stove and put them on the shelf full of things waiting to be fixed. There are no spaces on the shelf full of things awaiting repair. An old VCR awaits after the stove. I guess I'll ignore the fact that Fujine broke both of them. I change into my uniform. This place is like my room, and it holds a change of clothes along with other things I need. It also has blueprints and junk, the result of failures from when I do my training. There's also some kind of old design inscribed on the floor, like an altar or something. You know, just an altar on the floor. I don't know who put that there. Clapping my hands and prayer to the shed, I head for the house. It's just an altar. I emerge from the shed. The Emiya house is a Japanese-style house on the outskirts of town. My father wasn't much of a respected person in town, but he somehow still had this huge house. That, on its own, is a mystery, but it also seems like he didn't have any relatives in Japan. That's why the house became mine and no one else's when my father died. Though, to be honest, I don't have that kind of management ability. Old man Fujimura is in charge of complicated things like inheritance and property taxes. Old man Fujimura is a big landlord in this neighborhood. According to father, the old man's like a yakuza boss. Of course, this is just prejudice. He's not like a yakuza boss. He is a yakuza boss. Well, that's a problem in itself, but I prefer to ignore it. It's certainly true that he's energetic and scary, but he's actually not a bad person. It really helps me that he pays a lot when I tune up the motorcycle he likes to ride. Anyway, that's why I'm the only one living in this big house. It's been 5 years since father died. The days have passed quickly. I sigh thinking how much I've grown in those 5 years. I trained every day to be like Kuritsugu, but it's not that easy in reality. It's natural because I had no talent to begin with, but what can be said about having no improvement at all in 5 years? To sum up the present in one sentence, my goal is so far away that I'm not even at the starting line yet. No, I guess it won't do any good to rush. For now, I have to do what I can. Well then, right now I should... Oh. Wait, there's choices? Oh, nobody's on the stream right now. Wait, is there? I don't know. I need to tell Twitter I'm streaming, actually. Because we have choices now. Wait, I don't know what to pick. Okay. Theoretically, if we help Sakura, we will get to talk to her. And if we do our daily routine, we can finish the daily routine either way. Let's go help Sakura. That's right, I have to go and help Sakura. I feel bad both for letting my junior do all the work and for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. See, it's the right thing to do. Help your friends. I'm too late. Seems breakfast has already been made. I can smell the elegant scent of breakfast befitting Sakura. Sakura has finished cooking and is opening the cupboards. I can see that all she has left to do is set the table. So I'm gonna help with that.
せめて食器の用意ぐらいはやるから、さくらは座っててくれ。
もう来ちゃったんですか、先輩。
Hey, how's it going?
もうじゃないぞ。6時10分って言ったら朝飯を食ってる時間じゃないか。
そんなことはないと思いますよ。先輩は部活をしていないんですから、この時間は十分に早起きです。
部活は関係ない。それを言ったら朝練があるさくらがうちに来てくれるのも問題じゃないか。
いえ、私は好きでしていることですから。
I hope I didn't pick the wrong thing. I suck at choice games where I have to pick something.
それは何度も聞いた。
I feel like I accidentally skipped that. I'm trying to turn my mic volume and change it. It looks like it's going really loud. Okay. For me, waking up early before Sakura gets here and sleeping in is making Sakura prepare for breakfast on her own, like today. Though, this has only been a habit for a year and a half or so.
ともかくさくらは休んでろよ。あとは並べるだけなんだから、それぐらい俺にやらせてくれ。
I stand next to Sakura and take out the dishes. Sakura's stubborn at times, and in situations like this, she won't rest until she's forced to.
なら、私もお手伝いします。
We're both like really nice people, like doing things for each other, and we're just like arguing over. It's kind of funny.
だから全部こっちでやるからいいってば。
Okay, why am I being mean?
いけません。先輩はお家の主人なんですから、朝くらいはドーンと構えていてください。
I picked the wrong.
ドーンと構えろって。
I picked the wrong thing. He's being a jerk.
のんびりしている主人なんて家主失格だぞ。
はい、ぜひ失格してください。これ、いつも美味しいご飯を食べさせてもらっているお返しなんです。だからできれば先輩にはゆっくりしていてほしいです。
食費だったら折半なんだからさくらが気にすることじゃない。感謝なんて言ったら俺がしたいぐらいだ。
Yeah, we're both like just complimenting each
さくらが来てくれる
other.
ようになってから飯が豪勢になったからな。
やっぱり先輩分かってなかったんですね。
Huh?
そういうことじゃないってどういうことだ？
いえ、なんでもありません。けど責任取ってくださいね。私、先輩の家じゃないとご飯を美味しくいただけなくなっちゃったんですから。
バカ、おかしなこと言うな。藤姉に聞かれたらどうするんだ。あの人には冗談なんて通じないんだから。
I should have did my morning routine. This guy's just
そうで
yapping.
すね。藤村先生に聞かれたら大変です。
まったくだ。あんまりおかしなこと言うな。
はい、言いません。言いませんからお手伝いしていいですよね、先輩。
Sakura looks up at me, naturally and
いいよ、
calmly.
好きにしろ。そんなにやりたきゃさくらに任せる。
はい、好きにします、私。
まったく、本当に最近言うこと聞かなくなったよな、さくら。
ですね。 藤村先生に似てきたのかもしれません。
Speaking softly, Sakura reaches up for the cupboard. Her silky hair and smooth skin catch my eye. Uh-oh. How can I put this? It's troubling. She must be maturing, as she seems really feminine these days. Her casual movements and her figure are so beautiful that I instinctively look away.
先輩、どうかしましたか？
This guy is crushing. He's
どう
crushing.
もしてない。どうもしてないから気にしないでくれ。
She's like, okay. Honestly, why am I feeling tense around my friend's sister? After all, Sakura's not like that. She's a good underclassman and a junior I need to take care of. First of all, the relationship between me and Matou Sakura is just that of a senpai and a junior. She's a sister of a close friend of mine, but since she's a grade below me, we weren't that close. It all changed a year and a half ago into this cooperative kind of relationship. Sakura came to cook when I was injured, and after that, I think we just ended up like this. I think we intended to do it until my injury healed, but some trivial thing came up to make her stay with it. Anyways, Sakura's a good cook, and perfect at cleaning and doing the laundry. It's a big help to have her helping around here in the mornings, but it's been a bit troubling recently. The problem is not in Sakura, but me. Bro, he's fallen in love with her. Frankly, Sakura is... Wait, guys, I gotta be right back. Oh my god. It's so funny how he's like in love. Oh, also, I want to tell you guys, in case I do see like scenes that will get me copyrighted, or not copyrighted, scenes that will get my video taken down or my channel strike, I have the blocker. This will block any scenes that are like too risque, too horny, I guess, and you can kind of guess what this means, okay? So yeah, that's basically my content blocker. And if there's anything that's like too, or that's how should I put it, if there's anything that doesn't play because it's like a separate thing, I have another capture here, and you saw the images go away. When you see the images go away, that means I'm recording. Like, actually, let me put the images right here. There we go. Okay, but that's how my streams are gonna work, if you guys get that. She's one of the best looking first years. I'm sure there are lots of guys who would want to date her. And on top of that, she's been growing in certain places recently, and some of her casual gestures have started to catch my eye. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by a small problem. Maybe I'm just feeling guilty about being attracted to my friend's sister. Usually I'm fine, but when I'm caught off guard like just now, I blush. Does this make me an unsuitable senpai? So he's crushing on Sakura because she's growing a little bit. Breakfast is placed on the table. A perfect breakfast consisting of chicken salad, cooked salmon, spinach, radish, and carrot miso soup, and yam soup. Oh wow, that's...
Itadakimasu.
Itadakimasu. Sakura and I bow and start our meal quickly. Sound of our chopsticks echo. Sakura isn't a talkative type, and I'm not versatile enough to talk while eating. Naturally, meal times are quiet. Usually it's louder, but today the loud person is... Fujimura. She must have been watching spy movies last night, as she's eyeing us while hiding behind a newspaper. Fujimura. Fujine ignores Sakura's question. She's acting weird, but Fujine always acts in suspicious ways during breakfast. You know what I want? I wonder if we go to school and we're like missing something because I didn't do the morning routine. I'm just thinking about that. I hate choice games. Sakura prefers to make Western foods. She learned to cook Japanese food after she started coming here to help. Fujine and I prefer Japanese, so Sakura learned to make Japanese food for our breakfast. Now she's so good that she's almost surpassed me, her teacher. The salmon is especially good as it's cooked to perfection. Her miso soup is tasty, and she has shown some capacity even for making yam soup by grinding yams. Actually, I think this is the first time she's made it.
Sakura, 醤油取って
Shoyu tote. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna start quoting them.
大変です先輩。先輩のお醤油は昨日で切れてます。
じゃあ藤姉のでいいや取って
藤村先生、いいですか？
Fujine nods. Her newspaper tremble. Why is she?
はいどうぞ。
She's like completely
これを
silent.
使うんですか？
まあとろろには醤油だろう普通
I put the soy sauce onto the white yam soup. After stirring it, I put it on the rice and take a bite. Mmm, the stickiness of the yam and the taste of the soy sauce.
これソースだぞソースしかもオイスタ
Oyster! I almost throw it back up. Oh my god, that's why she was quiet.
どうだ。
Fujine throws her newspaper
その
away.
ソースとお醤油のラベルを取り替えておく作戦なのだ。
The female spy throws up her arms to show her happiness.
ー
Ugh.
さっぱらから何考えてんだあんたは今年で25のくせにいつまで経っても藤姉は藤姉だな
She's 25?
ふふんだ。昨日の恨み思い知ったか。みんなと一緒になってお姉ちゃんをいじめるやつには当然の天罰ってところかしら。
Oh.
天罰ってのは人為的なもんじゃないだろうなんかおとなしいと思ったら昨日からこんなこと考えてやがったのか
Sorry.
だよ。おかげでこれから急いでテストの採点しなくちゃいけないんだから。そういうわけで急がないとやばいのだ。
Skill thinks she can get away. Fujine sits back down and finishes her breakfast quickly.
はい、ごちそうさま。朝ごはん、今日も美味しかったよ、さくらちゃん。あ、はい。お粗末様でした、先生。それじゃあ先に行くわね。二人とも遅刻したら怒るわよ。
As she runs off, there's something wrong with a world in which that thing is a teacher.
先輩。
すまないせっかくの朝食だっていうのに藤姉のやつろくに味わいもしないで
いえ、そういうのではなくて、昨日藤村先生に何かしたんですか？
Yeah, what did he do yesterday?
いやそれがさ昨日つい
Oh, called her by
頭で
her
呼んじまった
nickname. That must have been what she was talking about. No, it wasn't.
それじゃあ仕方ありま
The
せんね。
timeline don't match up, do
先
they?
輩、藤村先生に謝らなかったんでしょう。
めんぼくないいつものことなんで忘れてた
ダメですよ。藤村先生、先輩にあだ名を言われるのだけは嫌がるんですから。
泣かした上に
Oh, made her
ダットの
cry.
ごとく走り去らせたおかげで昨日の英語は自習だった
Man. And I was awarded a student honor written on notepaper, but I threw it away.
もう、それじゃあ、今朝のは先輩
Oh,
が
so
悪いです。
dang. Fujine is like a big sister for Sakura, so she's basically on Fujine's side. That's good in its own way, but I wish she'd consider my situation where I have to deal with Fujine 24/7. Fujine was originally an acquaintance of father's, and she's been coming to the house a lot since I was adopted. She started to show up even more after father died, and she's now almost a dependent, eating breakfast and dinner here. No. Maybe she's why I was able to make it on my own even after my father died. Fujine, Sakura, and I are now the residents of the Emiya household. But I'm the only one who knows that my father was a magus. It's said that magi must hide their identities. That's why I've been hiding the fact that I'm learning magic ever since I became my father's student. Yep. I say I'm learning, but I can't even cast a single magic spell properly. With this kind of a skill, it wouldn't make much of a difference whether I hide it or not. Okay, whether I hide it or not. But because it was I can read, guys. Don't worry. But because it was how my father wanted things, I've trained secretly since then. Every time there's a scene change, my CPU goes nuts. I finish breakfast and prepare for school. I clean the dishes with Sakura while listening to news on TV. Sakura's staring at the TV screen. Over the screen runs an exaggerated teletype reading, "Gas leak accidents continue." It seems there was a big accident in the neighboring town of Shinto. It happened in a building in the business district. It seems a whole floor of people ran out of oxygen and fell unconscious. They've called it a gas leak, but this kind of accident is happening often recently.
今のニュース気になるのか、さくら。
いえ、別に。ただ、事故がシントで起きているなら近いなって。先輩、シントの方でアルバイトしていますよね。
してるけど、別にそんな大きな店じゃないよ。今のニュースみたいな事故は起きないと思う。
But it's not a risk I can completely ignore. Gas leaks can happen in any building, and on top of that, it hurts to think that hundreds of people are suffering. It's said that accidents are happening often because of the defective construction work during the rapid developments of Shinto. Whether that's true or not, I certainly don't want any more
物
victims.
騒な話だ。俺たちも気をつけないと。
あ、それならご心配なく先輩。ガスの元栓はいつも2回チェックしてますから安心です。
Sakura boasts with
いや
pride.
そういう話でなくて。
Yeah, I've thought so before, but Sakura's a bit off too.
先輩、裏手の戸締まりはしました？
I'm trying to figure out how to fix my CPU usage, but looks like it's not going to be fixed today. Okay. Senpai, did you lock the back
したよ
door?
缶抜きかけたけど
Did I
問
bolted
題
it?
あるか？
Is there a problem?
ありません。それじゃあ鍵かけますね。先輩、今日のお帰りは何時ですか？
少し遅くなると思う。さくらは？
Ugh.
私はいつも通りです。
I'll be back at the usual time. I'll be here earlier, so I'll start getting dinner ready.
助かる。俺もできるだけ早く帰るよ。
I don't know, should I read through the things? It'll take... We locked the gate. Sakura and Fujine also have keys to my house, and the rule is that the last person out
行こ
locks
う
up.
か。急がないと朝練に間に合わない。
はい。それじゃあ少しだけ急ぎましょうか、先輩。
We walked down to the town together. Passing a long walk and going downhill, we reached the residential district. My house is on top of the hill, far away from the center of town. Going down the hill takes us to the residential district, and beyond that, we reach a crossroads at the center of town. I think we already went through this. It's just telling us about the city. The hill that leads Ryudo Temple, residential the district with the western style houses, the shopping districts Sakura and I always use, and the school we're headed to right now. We head for the school without stopping elsewhere. We don't talk much as we walk up the hill. Since it's still 7 o'clock, there aren't many others on the road. Other than us, all you can see are a few others heading to their morning practices.
それじゃあまたな。部活頑張れよ。
I part with Sakura at the school gate like usual. Sakura's in the archery club, so we have to part here in the mornings. But today Sakura doesn't go.
体の調子悪いのか？
そういうことじゃなくて、先輩、たまには道場の方に寄っていきませんか？
いや、別に道場に用はないぞ。それに今日は一斉に頼まれてるから生徒会室に行かないとまずい。
そうですよね。ごめんなさい。余計なことを言っちゃって。
Sakura bows.
それじゃあ失礼します。晩ご飯楽しみにして。
Okay, see you, Sakura. Bye. Sakura runs off like she's ashamed of something. I wonder what that was all about.
一世いるか？
Issei, you there?
いるぞ。今朝は少し遅かったな、エミヤ。
Alright. Call me late. He must have been studying. As Issei looks up from the paper
一
he's
世
reading.
だけか。他の連中はどうしたんだ？この時間なら登校しててもおかしくないだろ
いや、あいにくとうちのメンバーはビジネスライクだね。働く時間帯はきっかり決まっていて、早出と残業はしたくないのだそうだ。
う。それで生徒会長自らが雑用か。ここはここで大変そうだな。
何？好きでしている苦労だ。エミヤに同情してもらうのは筋が違う。
ん？いや、一世に同情なんてしてないぞ。
うん。それはそれで無念だが、聞き流すとしよう。情が映っているということ
Okay, why did they give us a prologue and then they give us the main story that happens at the exact same time as the prologue? It's not a prologue. Issei, who's organizing the papers he was reading, is the big boss of the student council room. He's the guy trying his best to reform the lax student council, and he's been a friend of mine since first year. His full name is Ryudo Issei. Despite his old-fashioned name, he has elegant features, and he's really popular with the girls. He's also the student council president, so you'd think he'd take it to a duck. You'd think he'd take it like a duck to water, but
やはり朝は舌がしびれるほどの熱湯が良い。
he's just sipping tea like this, so he's not that firm. As you can see, Issei has a plain personality. It's easily misunderstood, but he doesn't involve himself in love affairs nor engage in normal student recreations. It's because he's a successor of Ryudo Temple up in the mountains. He's fine with that, so there's a good chance he'll shave his head when he
それで
graduates.
今日は何をするんだ？
ああ、まあともかく座って一服と言いたいのだが、時間がないな。移動がてら説明をするゆえ、いつもの道具を持ってついてきてくれ。率直に言うとな、うちの学校、金のバランスが極端なんだよ。
知ってる。運動系がひいきされてるもんで、他に予算がいかないんだろ？
うん。結果、文化系の部員は絶えず不遇の扱いでな。今年から文化系に予算が行くよう尽力しているのだが、予算の流れが不鮮明で、特に冬のストーブ不足に関しては打開策がまるでない。
そうか。あ、マイナスドライバーくれ。一番大きいやつな。あと動線も。うん。これぐらいならなんとか。
Okay, we're gonna get fixing. Conductive wire.
これか。すまん。よくわからん。間違っていたら叱ってくれ。
当たってるからいいよ。で、ストーブ不足がどうしたって？
ある。第二小学室と美術部の暖房器具が怪しいそうだ。新品購入願いの嘆願書が刻一刻と増えている。
けど予算にそんな余裕はないと。やっぱり劣化してるだけだな。中がいかれてなくて助かった。
Oh wait, I think I know how to fix my stream. Why it keeps on buffering. Wait, I have an idea. Hold up. I'll continue it.
うん。治りそうか、エミヤ。
治るよ。こういう時古いやつは分かりやすくていい。配線系のショートだから新しいのに変えればとりあえず今年いっぱいは頑張ってくれる。
そうか。やるな、エミヤ。お前が頼りになると極めて嬉しいぞ。
Okay, this might have helped.
おかしな日本語使うね、一世。
And I'm gonna do this. Okay, this should help my thing. Okay. Basically, what's going on now is I'm gonna. He's asking me to fix something, and I'm gonna be like, go outside, and then I'm gonna go do some magic. Issei leaves the room quietly. She assumes that I'm gonna do
Yeah.
something delicate.
デリケートといえばデリケートなんだけど。
Delicato. I place my hand on the old electric heater. Usually, even if you're used to fixing things, it's hard to figure out what's wrong with just by looking at it. So the fact that I figured it out means what I'm doing is not ordinary. I blocked off my vision and look inside the heater with my sense of touch. In that moment, an image appears in my head.
電熱線が断線しかかってるのが2つと、電熱管はまだ持つな。電源コードの方は絶縁テープでなんとかなる。
Good. I can fix this with the tools I have with me. If the pipe were broken, it couldn't be fixed by an amateur. If that had been the case, I would have had to strengthen it in a very unamateurish way. But in this case, just looking at it will suffice. This is a magic Emiya Shirou learned from Kiritsugu.
よし。
Okay. Yep. I take the cover off and start to work. I already know where it's broken, so the rest is easy.
これだけは得意なんだけどな、俺。
That's right. Shirou has no talent for magic, though it doesn't make up for it. I think I'm quite skilled at visualizing structures like I did just now. In fact, when I first figured out a structure and reproduced it, my father looked surprised and said, "What a useless ability." I guess my strong point isn't a useful ability. According to my father, it's already a waste of effort to perceive the structure with my eyes. For a real magist, there's no need to understand every corner of a structure like I just did. They say that the battle of magists comes in reading the center, the core of things instantaneously and changing it faster than anything else. That's why reading the structure is a wasted effort, as even if you do understand the structure, all you can do is determine where magical energy could be more easily transmitted. So all in all, it turns out my strong point is just fixing things like this. I don't have to open them up to look for damage. If I can quickly search for broken parts and have the skills to repair them, most things can be fixed. Though, that's only the case for simple things that can be fixed with amateur knowledge.
よし、終わり。次に行くか。
I pack away the conducting wire that I use to go out into the hallway with a screwdriver and wrench in hand.
伊勢、修理終わったぞ。
But in the hallway is someone else apart from Issei. A girl. It's Rin. I'm a bit surprised. The person talking to Issei is Rin Tohsaka from Class 2A. She's a lady who lives in a big mansion on top of a hill. A perfect honor student. Speaking of honor student, did you guys watch Nokotan? Okay. Never mind. Anyway. Good looking, smart, athletic, and faultless. She's intelligent, well-mannered, and modest about her looks. People say she... Okay, I did not read that. Wait, check this out. People say she's the ideal woman. So it's hardly needs to be said that the guys at my school treat her like an idol. Though, in Tohsaka's case, she's so perfect that she's considered unreachable. It's commonly believed that only teachers and guys like Issei can even talk to her. Well, to be honest, I'm a guy too. So, I'm one of Tohsaka Rin's admirers. Tohsaka looks at us as if she's in a bad mood. It seems to be true that she and Issei don't get along.
と悪い頼んだのはこっちなのにエミヤに任せきりにしてしまった許せ
I'm like swapping between my Baja Blast and water. Wow, Issei is an amazing man. Talking like that and ignoring
そんな
Tohsaka.
こと気にするな。で、次はどこだよ。あんまり時間ないぞ。
ああ次は視聴覚室だ前から調子が悪かったそうなんだがこの度ついに天寿を全うされた
天寿全うしてたら直せないだろ。買い直した方が早いぞ。
そうなんだが一応見てくれると助かる俺から見れば臨終だがお前から見れば仮病かもしれん
そうか。なら試そう。
She's like staring right at me. There's only about 30 minutes left until homeroom. I'll have to hurry and get it if I'm going to fix it. I start for the AV room with Issei, but it's impolite to ignore her completely when we've met like this. I turn back to Tohsaka, who's standing in a daze.
朝早いんだな、登坂。
She's like, what the heck? I make an honest comment, then follow Issei. She's like, who are
ギ
you?
リギリ間に合ったか。
We
すまんなエミヤ。
barely made it.
また苦労をかけた。頼み事をした上に遅刻させては友人失格だ。
別に気にするな。俺が遅刻する分には大したことじゃないだろ。
Oops. I keep pressing
いや
it.
間に合ってよかった。
Issei heads to his seat, relieved. It's exactly 8 o'clock. Wait, they start school at 8? Bruh. Oh my god. Saber. She's coming. Hopefully within 2 hours. Best waifu speaks Issei. That's real. I'm a bit out of breath since we ran here from the AV room. Taking a deep breath, I head to my seat.
朝から素
Oh
晴
my
らしい
god.
ね、エミヤ。
Can we not
部
talk to
活
this
を辞
guy?
めてから何をしてるかと思えば、竜道の太鼓持ち？僕には関係ないけどさ、うちの評判を落とすようなことはしないでよね。君、なんていうか、節操ないからさ。
Matou Shinji, a friend of mine from middle school, is standing in front of my seat. As you can tell from his last name, he's Sakura's brother, who's 1 year older than her.
弓道部は落ち着いてるか、シンジ。
当然だろう。部外者に話してもしょうがないけど、目立ちたがり屋が一人減ったんで平和になったんだ。次の大会だっていいところまで行くさ。
そうか。三綴も頑張ってるんだな。
Mitsuzuri's a girl from the
何見
other
当違
thing.
いなこと言ってんの？弓道部が記録を伸ばしてるのは僕がいるからに決まってるじゃんか。エミヤさ、とっくに部外者なんだから知ったような口を叩くと恥をかくよ。
そうか。気をつけよう。もっとも弓道部に用はないから関わることはないけどな。
I put my bag on the desk and pull out the chair.
何それ？僕の弓道部には興味がないってこと？
We're like the second person to tell him we don't care about the archery
興
club.
味じゃなく
So
て
he's
用
like,
だよ。
eh.
部外者なんだから、
What's going on, man?
おいそれと道場に行くのは変だろう。けど、なんかあったら言ってくれ。手伝えることがあったら手伝う。弦張りとか弓の直し、シンジは苦手だったろ？
そう、サンキュー。何か雑用があったら声をかけるよ。ま、そんなことはないだろうけどさ。
ああ、それがいい。雑用を残しているようなやつは首相失格だからな。あんまり藤村先生を困らせるなよ。あの人、怒ると本気で怖いぞ。
余計なお世話だ。ともかくお前はもう部外者なんだから道場に近づくなよ。
Is my fan making the mic make noise? I just realized that. Shinji returns to his seat in his usual manner. He seemed even more irritated than usual today.
ふざけたやつだ。
It's because Sakura, or
自
not
分
Sakura,
から
it's
エ
because
ミヤ
Rin
を
was
追い
like,
出しておいて、
I don't like
よ
you
くもあんな
at
口
all.
が聞ける。
なんだ伊勢、いたのか？
なんだとはなんだ。気を利かして聞き耳を立てていた友人に向かって、なんと冷淡な男だお前は。
なんで気を利かすのさ。俺一斉に心配されるようなことをしてないぞ。
たわけ、心配もするわ。エミヤはカッとなりやすいからな。真珠に殴りかかれば皆は喝采を送るが、女どもからは非難の嵐だ。友人をそんな微妙な立場に置くのはよろしくない。
そっか。言われてみればそうだ。
Everybody, welcome to the stream.
Arigato,
We've been doing this
そんなこ
for
と
an
にはな
hour.
らないだ
Nothing
ろう
really
け
has
ど、
happened yet,
今の
so
心配はありがたい。
don't even worry about it.
うん。わかればよろしい。だが意外だったぞ。エミヤは怒りやすいくせに、マトウには寛大なんだな。
ああ。あれはシンジの味だからな。付き合いが長いと慣れてくる。
うん。そんなものか。
I'm trying to think of all the things that happened to Shirou
納得したら席に戻れよ。
in between
そろ
summoning
そろ藤
Saber.
村先生がすっ飛んでくるぞ。
I think, oh yeah, we meet, Elia, don't we?
あの方は飛んでくるというより浮いてくるという感じだかな。
The homeroom bell rings. A homeroom teacher usually would come in 5 minutes early, but our homeroom teacher isn't like that. For class 2C, homeroom starts 1 minute after the bell rings, right when we hear... Oh, shoot. She's tweaking. Fujine runs into the classroom. Oh. Ew. Oh my god. I always think she reminds me of Yuko from Nichijou. Is she dead? The classroom is filled with silence in contrast to the clamor from a second ago. A sudden change in atmosphere. Just as you'd expect from Fujine, her nickname of Human Jet Coaster isn't just for show. But that really was a bad hit. Fujine is still on the ground, having hit her head on the platform. You can't see her expression with her head facing the ground, so it gives you a bad mental image. It's just like... God. I'm scared she'll bite me if I go near her. She's not a mimic or anything.
あんたね、そう言うんなら自分で起こしてあげなさいよ。
うわ、俺パス。こういうの苦手。
私だって苦手よ。だいたいなんで女の子にやらせるわけ？男子やりなさいよね、男子。
The front row is getting noisy. As we're in the middle rows, we can't tell what sort of state Fujine is in. We can't tell, so we all just stand up to look. Someone asks. If so, the problem would be how to get her to the nurse's office. Everyone here is a warrior who's been with Fujine for the past year. They probably want to get out of the habit of taking her to the teacher, taking their teacher to the nurse's office. So this is a frequent thing. She passes out. A very female student calls out to her. Fujine doesn't even twitch. A sense of worry runs through the room. Uh-oh. She's slumped. I mean, she's not moving. We're gonna pick her up and we're going to use a defibrillator. Our hearts become one. Well, not Shinji and I, because we're too scared. Oh, they call her Tiger. Even though everyone said it at the same time, it's only as loud as a whisper. The Tiger's part is especially quiet, but still, a twitch. The silent Fujine reacts. Here's how you wake up Fujine. Call her Tiger. Everyone must be stressed from the impending exams. Even though they shouldn't, they repeat Fujine's nickname while waving their arms. Taiga! Holy crap. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy crap. A roar of lightning. She stands bravely as if the fall has done nothing at all. Why was she... What is happening? Fujine stands before everyone in her usual manner. It seems all the memories from the moment she entered the classroom has fled her head.
誰か先生のことバカにしなかった？
Uh-oh.
え、してないっすよ。気のせいじゃないっすか？
Oh, whoops.
そっか、ならよし。じゃあ今朝のホームルームを始めるから、みんなおとなしく聞くように。
Fujine starts homeroom slowly. She chats in between the announcements so we don't get through it very fast.
そういうわけだから、みんなも下校時刻を守るように。門限は6時だから、部活の
Okay,
子たち
so
も長く
there's
しちゃ
a
ダメよ。
like a citywide curfew.
6時って言ったら
What if I skip through this?
それ
Sorry.
と後藤君、
No.
先生のことは藤村先生って言わなくちゃダメなんだから、次に名前で呼んだら怒るからね。
And we cannot call her Tiger.
以後注意します。
Goto-kun sits down again, not showing any signs of listening to her. How stupid of him. Mako wa nande? Oh. Stop. Uchine gets mad when she says she will. It makes no difference that he's a student and she's a teacher. He doesn't realize that she just gave him a final warning.
それじゃあ今日のホームルームはここまで。
Homeru.
3次元目の英語で会おうね。
Okay, so we have English in third period. Fujine leaves waving her hand. She's a teacher responsible for class 2C. Fujimura Taiga. Her nickname is Tiger. You might doubt it, but it really is her nickname. People like calling her so she has a name like Taiga. But Fujine herself hates the nickname. According to her, it's unfeminine. But she's that kind of person, so I think it's her own fault she has an unfeminine nickname.
授業を始める
Oh,
日直礼を
what's this guy's name? Kuzuki? The teacher for the first period enters as Fujine exits. It's like this every morning as Fujine continues homeroom until the very last minute. I have school in... When do I start school? 6 days, and then it'll be August, and then 12 more. I have 18 days before I start school, guys. 18 days. And the classes end like this every other day. There are many kinds of students, one that go to clubs, one that hurries home, and the ones that stay in the classroom for no reason. It looks like I won't be in any of those categories.
すまない。ちょっといいかエミヤ。今朝の続きなんだが、今日は時間あるか？
いや、予定はあるといえばあるけど。
It's not like I'm playing around. After all, the main reason I quit archery club is because I wanted to prioritize work. It's already been 5 years since father died, and I decided to start working to pay my living expenses. If you work a lot, there are some jobs you can't refuse. Today's an example. They're restocking inventory at work, and they asked me to come in if I can help. Wow. They're restocking inventory, and they asked me to come if I can, as any help is appreciated. But it's certainly not something I have to go to. They're probably just having people come in because they want to party after work. There are two options. Oh, shoot. Go and help out the student council, or I'll go to work. I bet if I help out the student council... Guys, what do y'all think? Is anybody here? You know what? If we go to work, I don't know, where does he work? But then if I help student council, I get to talk to Issei, and I'm trying to think of who else is at the school right now. You know what? Let's help out. We should be kind. Maybe. Something I've started. I should finish my job. I began this morning. Exactly.
朝の続きだろ。
Let's finish.
任せろ。
Let's get it done.
試験が始まる前
Would
に
you guys start? You should
備
always finish.
助かる。それでは美術部の患者を見に行くとするか。
はいよ。と、人払い
Do
を
I
ちゃ
have
ん
to
と
hang
して
out
くれ
with them
よ。
too while they're doing
人目が
chores?
あると集中できない。
無論だ。他の連中に邪魔はさせる。
Get in your way. Issei quickly walks into the hallway, and I follow him out of the classroom in a hurry. Okay, hopefully it's like a time skip thing, or am I gonna talk to the art kids? Oh, it's a time skip. Sun is already set when we leave the school building. The school gate's already closed. 7 o'clock and way past curfew, but thanks to me skipping the dialogue, I don't know what that said.
いや、今日は助かった。必ずこの礼はするから。
I think something about him being student council, we're not in trouble.
そうだな。なんかあったら言うよ。まあ、 とりわけ何もないとは思うけど。
I didn't help him get something in return, so there's nothing I want from Issei.
まったく人が良いのも考えものだな。エミヤがいてくれると助かるが、他の連中にいいように使われるのは我慢ならん。人助けはいいことだが、もう少し相手を選ぶべきではないか。エミヤの場合、来る人拒まずすぎる。
そんなに節操ないか、俺。
これでは心ないバカどもがいいように利用しようというものだ。エミヤも忙しい身なのだから、たまには他人の頼みなど断ってもよかろう。
I can't really tell, but it seems like Issei's worried about me. I've been called helpful since I was in middle school, as I don't turn down requests for help, don't ask for anything in return. I guess Issei thinks that's dangerous, but I'm doing it because I want to. It's not a problem as I decline things that I think are beyond me.
それは一世がするような心配じゃない。自分のことは自分が一番わかってるさ。それに人助けは善行だろ。寺。
Oh, whoops.
しかしな、エミヤのは度が過ぎるというか、このまま行くと潰れるというか。
忠告は受け取っとく。それじゃあまた明日学校でな。
それではまた明日。
Alright, going home. Issei leaves looking discontented. Issei's house, Rito Temple, is up the mountain, so naturally, our routes home go in different directions. I walk through the moonlit town. Walking up the road, I notice that there aren't any people around. The time is around 7:30. There should be people around this time, but there's no sign of anyone. There was some crime here in Miyama City a few days ago. A burglar murdered someone, I think. That must be why there's no one around and why the school's curfew became 6 o'clock.
ガス漏れに強盗か。物騒なことになってきたな。
No wonder there are fewer people walking around at night. It's getting too dangerous to let Sakura go home on her own. Sakura's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. Starting tonight, I should walk her home. Oh! For a moment, I can't believe my eyes. There's someone on the road, which I thought was empty. The person is standing above me as if looking down at me. Oh. Without realizing it, I hold my breath. The silver-haired girl smiles and descends down the hill without a sound as she passes.
早く呼び出さないと死んじゃうよ、お兄ちゃん。
So basically, if you don't know, Oni-chan means big brother. She says something strange. I go up the hill and reach my house. As the lights are on, Sakura and Fujine must be home already. Guys, who was that? I felt it in the moment I entered the living room. At the table, Sakura and Fujine in the middle of the dinner. It seems the main dish tonight is chicken and cream, or cream of chicken. And Fujine, who loves white sauce, is in a good mood.
おかえりなさい先輩。お先に失礼していますね。
ただいま。遅くなってごめんな。もうちょっと早く帰ってくればよかったんだけど。
いいです。ちゃんと間に合いましたから。ちょっと待っててくださいね。すぐ用意しますから。
頼む。手を洗ってくるから、人のおかずを食べないように藤姉を見張っといてくれ。
はい、きちんと見張っています。
I return to my room. It's a fairly empty room compared to the shed, but since I don't have any hobbies, I think it's quite decorated. Most of them are random things. Fujine's left here, though. I wash my hands, change, and return to the living room to find my dinner ready.
いただきます。
Itadakimasu.
はい、お口に合えばいいんですけど。
Sakura's terribly modest. Her cooking skills have vastly improved in the past year. She has been completely beaten at Western-style foods, and I can barely beat her Japanese food. Neither of us have touched Chinese. And please, my pupil's getting better, but it's kind of depressing when the teacher is defeated by the student. Guys, should I try cooking Japanese food? Or, yeah. It's as good as I expected. You know what? I need to figure out, this is kind of random. I need to figure out how to do chat overlay, so I can put the chat here and then put probably something back here. I don't know what I put back here, like a gif, and then put like chat right here. That way I can focus on the OBS thing. But anyway, let me close that. Chicken becomes harder the longer you cook it, so it's juicier and tastier if you roast it before cooking it, even though it's tedious. That's done perfectly here. It's a master's skill, forever beyond the clumsy Fujine.
その今日のはうまくいったと思うんですけど。
文句なし。ホワイトソースも絶妙だ。もう洋物じゃさくらにはかなわないな。
さくらちゃんがご飯作ってくれるようになってからお肉関係が美味しくなった。
Yeah, Fujine is just chowing down. Fujine had become preoccupied with her food, lifts up her head.
あ、ダメよシロ。学生がこんな夜更けに帰ってきちゃいけないんだから。
It seems she's in a bad mood now. It seems that she's seen my face, even though she was happy because of dinner.
もうまた誰かの手伝いをしてたんでしょう。それはそれでいいことだけど、こんな時ぐらいは早く帰ってきなさい。最近物騒だぞってホームルームで言ったじゃない。
I want food now. Wait, I have Cheetos.
シロに倒して言ったんだからね。
I have Cheetos.
あのさ、わざわざホームルームで言わなくてもうちで言えばいいんじゃないの？
ここで言っても聞かないもの。学校でガツンと言った方がシロには効果的なんだもん。
先生、それは職権乱用というか公私混同だと思います。
それぐらいしないとシロはダメなのよ。いつも人の手伝いばっかりして損してるからさ。たまにはまっすぐ帰ってきてのんびりしててもいいじゃない、バカチン。
バカチンとはなんだよ、バカチンとは。
バカチンだよ、
いいじゃないか。
バカチン。
誰かの手伝いをして、それでその人が助かるんなら、損なんかしてないぞ。
はあ、キリツグさんに似たのかな。シロがそんなんじゃお姉ちゃん心配だよ。
I don't exactly know how she's worried, as she's energetically munching down her dinner.
内村先生、今の話からすると先輩って昔からそうなんですか？
昔からそうなの。なんか困ってる人がいたら自分から手を出しちゃうタイプ。けどおせっかいってわけじゃなくて、シロはね、単におませさんなのだ。
Fujine laughs dangerously.
藤ね、余計なこと言ったら怒るぞ。もうさくらもつまんないこと聞くなよな。
I glare at them. Oh,
藤村
I
先
got.
生、
Oh, okay.
お話を続けてください。
Fujine clicks her tongue and backs down, but Fujimura-sensei, please continue. Sakura is taking the lesson seriously.
じゃあ話しちゃおう。これがね、シロは困った人を
We're
放って
basically
おけない
getting the
性
rundown
格
of
なの
Shirou.
よ。
He's like
弱
a.
気を助け強気を
He's
駆逐って
chaotic
やつ。
good,
子供の頃の作文なんてね、
if that makes sense.
僕の夢は正義の味方になることですだったんだから。
He'll do anything to help people, even at the expense of himself. And it's like a flaw, but it's also a good thing. But Fujine is basically bringing up his like childhood to say it. And it's all true, so I don't interrupt. Anyways, becoming a superhero is a goal I must not stray from even now.
わあ、すごい子供だったんですね、先輩。
すごかった
Hey,
よ。
look at her staring right at me.
look
look how she's staring at me.
がいたら助けに入ってくれたし、キリツグさんが武将だったから家事だって一生懸命こなしてたし。ああ、あの頃は可愛くて純真だったのに、それ
Why
が
did he
ど
grow up so
うして
crooked?
こんなひねくれた子になっちゃったんだろうな。
I'm right here, buddy.
そりゃ藤姉がいたからだろう。ダメな大人を見てると子供はいろいろ考える
Kids
んだ
think a
よ。
lot when they see
悔し
bad
かったらちゃんと
adults.
自分で飯作ってみろ。
Learn to make your own dinner. Why is he cooking her? Why is he cooking her? Fujita crumbles. I thought she might drop her head on the bed, but
お姉ちゃんは悲しいよ。さくらちゃん、おかわり。
One-chan is big sister, by the way. Fujita asks for her third bowl. Damn, girl. Come on now. Relaxing after dinner, it's almost 9 o'clock.
何をしたもんか。
Guys, tomorrow's my birthday in the game. Wait, what? This takes place in 2004. Never mind. Forget I said anything. There's some time before my evening training. So then... Play with Fujine, take Sakura home. I should probably take her home. I said I wanted to walk her home, right? I haven't thanked Sakura for dinner yet, so I'll go and talk to her.
そうだな。夜も遅いし、家まで
Because there's
送って
like
いってや
stuff
らないと。
happening. I don't want her to be out and about at night doing googly schmoogly with the murder and the gas leaks. So we have to take her home. Sakura's in the living room getting ready to go home, having finished the cleaning.
あれ先輩お風呂に入ってたんじゃないんですか？
I was, but I
Yeah.
just wanted to
風呂は
talk.
後回し。さくらを送ってから入る。
送るって私をですか？
She's like,
なあ、最近物騒だから家まで送る。さくらんち結構遠いだろ。わ
did I say something bad?
ごめんなさい。気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、先輩は休んでいてください。
Nar.
家までだったら慣れてますし、一人でも大丈夫ですから。
Wait, I'm trying to look up how to add chat overlay to OBS.
いや、それはそうだろうけど。
I just think it'd be cool to have it right
最
there.
近物騒だろ。しばらくは家まで送っていくよ。
その兄さんに見つかると、
Oh, if Shinji sees me walking with her, we'll be in big trouble. He's like, oh. That's right. Sakura's brother, Shinji, doesn't approve of Sakura coming to my place. Oh, my computer's going nuts. 14%. Okay. My computer is like going nuts. He can't object too strongly because she says she's going to Fujine's house, but it could be a problem if I take her home. I don't care about getting falsely accused myself, but it's not good if Shinji takes it out on
け
Sakura.
ど途中までならいいだろう。交差点あたりまでならシンジと会うこともないし。
I'll walk her part of the way there. Sakura's silent. Considering Sakura, she must not be able to lie to Shinji if I even take her home part of the way. I'll just stay home.
私が送っていこっか。
Yeah, you walk her home, Fujine.
ダメだよ。そんなの本末転倒じゃないか。女の子が夜で歩くから危
Oh,
ない。
yeah, that's true. No, it's a mistake to call Fujine a girl. For starters, she doesn't head the archery club for nothing. Her fifth Dan Kendo skills are dangerous in many
し
ways.
ねえなら大丈夫か。
Yeah, she runs a dojo,
時間
doesn't
が出
she?
ても撃退できるだろうし。
できるよ。だからさくらちゃんを送っていくのも問題なし。それでいい？さくらちゃん。
はい。藤村先生がよろしいのでしたら。
決まりだね。それじゃあ行こっか。私も今日はそろそろ帰ろうかなって思ってたんだ。
They're gonna go home. Fujine starts to walk off, taking Sakura's hand.
あ、ちょっと待った、さくら。
Okay, I should stop being nice to Sakura and start talking or doing other things. Because every time I've tried to do something with Sakura, it's been awkward. They're like horribly awkward.
何ですか、先輩。
晩飯うまかったよ。いつもありがとな。
Itadakimasu. Dinner is good. Thank you for everything.
はい。ご迷惑でなかったら次も頑張りますね、先輩。
Saying so with a big smile, Sakura leaves the living room. I know I'm blushing. This dude is crushing like crazy. He's blushing like a... I don't even know. It's troublesome, and Sakura surprises me a lot these days. Time flies. She was just a junior before, and now she's a female junior to me. How pitiful of me. Sakura's like family to me, so I can't accept this change. Okay, let's save. Oh no. Oh, never. Okay. What? Oh, he's going to the shed. Let's save right now. So I have this. Oh, okay. Before we make decisions that are like really impactful, because what we made before wasn't too impactful. Before we make serious decisions, I'm gonna be saving the game beforehand so that we can see both like routes, basically. Like if it's a decision before the end of a game, or the end of a route, or the end of something, I want to see both so we can get the full experience. So the day ends just before midnight. Shirou must carry out his daily routine of using magic. I stretch out and adjust my breathing. I try to empty my mind. I ignore everything around me and pay attention only to what's inside me. Oh, Trace on. At this time, Rin is summoning Archer, which is or no, it's like in an hour she's summoning Archer. As if to hypnotize myself, I murmur the spell I'm long accustomed to. No, I really am hypnotizing myself. As I have no magic crest and no knowledge of magic, a spell is only a change to myself. Normally, there are no lines in a human body to allow the passage of magical energy. To artificially change my body to create such a line, I need enough concentration to unify my whole body and every nerve within it. Magic is a battle with yourself. For instance, at this very moment, I'm inserting a burning steel rod into my backbone. This metal rod is the only magic circuit I can prepare for myself. When I insert it this deep into my body and connect it to the other nerves, I finally become a magus. This is not a metaphor. In reality, something like a burning tongue which cannot be seen or felt is being inserted into my backbone. I'm a sorcerer. Emiya Kiritsugu, the man who said so, was really a magus, so he lied about being a sorcerer. A living magus who performed many marvels and had touched the very structure of the world. As a young child, I admired him and asked him to teach me magic. But you cannot become a magus just through effort. It requires born talent and appropriate knowledge. And of course, I have no talent, and Kiritsugu taught me nothing of magic. He said something about me having no need of such knowledge. I still didn't know what he meant by that. But still, it didn't matter to me back then. I thought that if I could use magic, I could be like him. But I was not born with talent, no strength of magic circuit, no accumulated words of magic handed down for generations. The work of magic Kiritsugu possessed, the magic crest passed down the Emiya family, can only be passed on to a blood relation. A magic crest forces a rejection on those with no blood relation. So, as an adopted son, I could not receive the Emiya family's magic crest. Well anyways, as I don't even know what a magic crest is, it doesn't matter if I have one or not. So, all it comes to is the training and what I can do. If I want to become a magus, I have to learn magic to fit to my nature. To be blunt, magic is a way to release one's magical energy. You could say that a magical energy is my life force. Oh, it's divided into two forms, a large source, mana, floating around the world, and a small source, Ode, yeah, created inside oneself. It goes without saying that the large source is superior to the small one. This power of mana is on a completely different level from Ode. Whatever form of magic, a spell using the large source far exceeds one using only one's power. That is why superior magi excel at drawing magical energy from the world. It's like a filter. A magus turns his body into a filter and sucks up the mana from the world around him and changes it into something he can use. This filter is what we call a magic circuit. This is a talent one is born with, and the number of magic circuits within you is determined the moment you are born. Normally, human beings do not have any magic circuits. To begin with, there are very few. There are always very few. That is why magi pile them up generation after generation, making their children more suitable to use magic. I hear some families go too far and increase the number of magic circuits by selective breeding. Well, since I was raised in a normal family, I don't have many magic circuits, so that leaves only one method open to me. According to Kiritsugu, every person has at least one form of magic they're fit for. He said something about drawing out magical energy appropriate to their origin, but I don't really understand. All I know for sure is that even I have some magic I can use, and if I train that magic, I may be able to become like Kiritsugu. That's why I learned only that magic. That was 8 years ago. After a lot of thought, Kiritsugu finally accepted me as a student.
いいかいシロー、魔術を習うということは常識からかけ離れるということだ。死ぬ時は死に、殺す時は殺す。僕たちの本質は生ではなく死だからね。
I guess I had no fear as a child. Kiritsugu smiled bitterly, putting his hand on the nodding Emiya Shirou.
君に教えるのはそういった争いを呼ぶ類のものだ。だから人前で使ってはいけないし、難しいものだから鍛錬を怠ってもいけない。でもまあそれは破ったって構わない。一番大事なことはね、魔術は自分のためじゃなくて他人のためだけに使うということだよ。そうすればシローは魔術使いではあるけど魔術師ではなくなるからね。
I guess Kiritsugu didn't want me to become a magus. I don't care about that. I don't admire a magus, I admire Kiritsugu. If I can become like Kiritsugu and be there for someone like on that red day, that will be... I'm thinking needlessly. I feel the iron rod in my backbone slide into place. If I lose control of my breathing now, it will be a fatal mistake. The artificial magic circuit will eat away my body and destroy it. If that happens, I'll die. I would only be an amateur, failing such an elementary step. I grind my teeth and resume the connection. After a battle like walking on needles, the iron rod finally arrives deep within me and fuses with my body. The process took me about an hour. After that much time, I'm finally able to make one artificial circuit. One circuit that produces magical energy. After that, it becomes a process of naturally flowing magical energy. Shirou is no magus. He's only a magic user who can create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. So there's only one magic possible, which is... strengthening objects. It is a magic of strengthening that reinforces the object's abilities by understanding the object's structure and channeling magical energy into it. Before me is a metal pipe. I will channel magical energy into it, perform the simplest magic, and reinforce its durability. Basically, channeling your magical energy into something other than yourself is like pouring poison into that object. It's just as the blood of Shirou Emiya is not the blood of the metal pipe. The pumping different blood only accelerates its breakdown. It certainly wouldn't strengthen it. To prevent that and to turn the poison into a tonic, one must completely understand the structure of the target and channel the magical energy into small open spaces. Let me see if I can change my... I'm trying to make my CPU stop crying. It wasn't like this yesterday. I don't know what's going on. It must be easy for a skilled magus, but for me, who cannot even create sufficient magical energy, it's as hard as hitting a target hundreds of meters away. The usual target in archery is 28 meters away. How much harder is it at many times that distance? Goes without saying. Gah! The heat in my body quickly escapes. The burning pillar in my backbone disappears and the lungs stretch to the limit of demand of air. Ugh. arc my back to hold off the daze, almost making me pass out.
くそまた失敗か
So he was doing like the most elementary magic. Like this is magic that like people learn on day 1 of magic school in Hogwarts. And he's self-taught, but he sucks at it. There's no change in the metal pipe. It seems that the magical energy I poured into it has evaporated into the air.
形があるものに手を加えるのはきつい
The thing I'm attempting is like adding something to an already complete work of art. Adding to a complete object risks making it less perfect. Adding unnecessary things will actually decrease the value. That is why the magic of strengthening is simple yet difficult, and only a few magi use it willingly. It's not like I use it willingly either, but it can't be helped as it's the only thing I'm good at. It would be much easier if I could just form something out of clay and use it instead, but a substitute in appearance doesn't have the internal structure to match. The junk around here is a good example. When I fail with strengthening magic, I make some substitute object to practice and to calm down, but they all end up with nothing inside. I can visualize something structured easily, so I can make the outside look like the original, but it's empty inside. And of course, it doesn't do anything. I wipe the sweat off my brow. Now that I think about it, I realize my whole body's sweating. Like I've been drenched in a bucket of water. But I'm lucky if it just ended like this. That was really bad. If I'd taken a second longer to recover myself, I would probably destroyed most of my body.
死にかけた分上達するならまだ見込みがあるんだけどな
It's not even that easy. But it is true that you won't improve your magic if you're scared of death. As long as you study magic, death is always right beside you. Even a simple magic repeated every day can go off with simple mistake, taking the caster's life.
魔術師にとって一番初めの覚悟とは
Kiritsugu said so sadly. Maybe he meant that he didn't want me to take such a step.
誰かを助けるということは誰かを助けないということ
Kiritsugu said that to me when I told him I wanted to be just like him. I still don't know what he meant, but Emiya has to become a superhero who goes around saving people, just like Kiritsugu.
その割にこんな処方がうまくいかないんだもんななんでいざって時に雑念が入るんだバカ
It's not even enough to understand the structure of an object with mere vision. A skilled magist only detects what's important and channels magical energy without waste. My dream is to become a superhero. I remember what Fujine said during dinner. I don't think it's embarrassing nor impossible. It's already determined. Shirou will succeed Kiritsugu. That's why, even though I'm inexperienced, I've done everything I can. I don't know what kind of person a superhero should be, so I can only approach it by helping others within the limits of my abilities. I've aimed straight for that goal for the past 5 years. But when things go wrong like this, I do have doubts.
点でわからないよ親父一体さ何をすれば正義の味方になれるんだ
I look up at the sky through the window. It's not like I can randomly do good deeds. I think being a superhero is different from just helping others. I know that, but the question is how can I become one? The difference between the two is a thing I failed to understand for the past 5 years. Guys, it's my birthday. 1 day 2, 2 1 day. What is this? What's this at the bottom? 2 1 day 2. My awakening is dark. Perhaps I just don't dream much, but unless something really special happens, I always seem to have the same dream. What I imagine are swords. I don't know why it is, but this is the only thing that comes to my mind. There's no meaning or reason to it. I may be one of the aspects of making up Shimiya. Guys, I dream of swords. Did you guys know I have a Excalibur copy? Like I have it in my room right now. I wish I could show you guys. I just have it. The only things I recall from sleep are things I was taught in a long time ago. For example, about magi. Even if I'm an amateur, if I'm a magus, it's only natural for me to understand the kind of world I live in. Frankly speaking, a magus is an exception who deviates from modern society, but even exceptions must band together to survive. Father told me that the group of magi is called the Magic Association. He also said that I shouldn't associate with them. The Magic Association hides magic and organizes magi. They basically keep watch to see that magi do not affect society with magic. But the strange part is, they do not prohibit misuse of magic. According to Kiritsugu, the Magic Association is only interested in the concealment of magic. Even if a magus carries out his research at the expense of lives of many ordinary people, the Magic Association will not punish him. Their priority is that magic should not become public, so they do not ban magic. So they're crazy about people. So they're crazy people who think you can do anything as long as you don't get caught. Anyways, the surveillance and Magic Association is thorough. Most magical research would cost the lives of ordinary people, and as a result, the existence of magic would become public. So the association does not allow research that would harm the society. So magi stay at home and research quietly while the normal world carries on unmolested. Hence, magi only try to hide themselves to escape the association. So perhaps I just don't know it, and a magus lives in this town. I hear Fuyuki City is a spiritually excellent area. Such an area always has an undistinguished magus with a history. They're called the second owner, an elite, and the association entrusts the area to them. Magi who would live in the area must visit them and obtain their permission to construct a workshop. Looking at it like that, we're thieves living here without the permission of the landlord. Father was an outlaw who cut his ties with the Magic Association and moved here without the consent of the administrator of Fuyuki. The owner doesn't know that Kiritsugu was a magus, and Kiritsugu didn't know who the owner was. With reasoning like that, I think our position is ambiguous. Father, the real magus, has passed away, and I, his son and pupil, don't know the Magic Association and have not the skill to be a magus. From the association's point of view, they'd want to catch an amateur like me doing things, but I've seen no movement yet. No, I've heard that Japan is relatively hidden from the eyes of the association, so I think I've just not been found out. But that doesn't mean I can't let my guard down. People say that the eyes of the association are everywhere. On top of that, if you commit a crime with magic, the heretic hunters of the church will come after you. That just means whatever you use magic for, lack of care will create enemies. It's kind of cool that these guys are like Harry Potter, but not really. I, Shirou Emiya, just have to study independently, taking that into account. Guten Morgen, ohayou gozaimasu. I wake up to see the sun is shining in through the window. The sun may have risen, as it's still a bit dark outside. I get up, trying not to be defeated by the morning chill, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. One of my strength is waking up at this time. No matter how late I go to sleep, I do sometimes make mistakes and wake up late like yesterday, but usually I wake up early. I'm the same way. Except my wake up time is like 9:15 at this point. Since I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, I have to return the favor this morning. I should finish preparing before Sakura arrives. Alright, going to cook some rice, make miso soup. It was radish and carrot yesterday, so I make onion and potato miso soup today. Ooh. I also make the usual broth, egg, and broth boil, and I'm done. I cut and salt the sari, and stop just before cooking it. It's almost 6 o'clock. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some extra time. So what should I do? I guess I can train a bit if I have this much time. Morning exercise are my daily routine, so I'll go and stretch my body. Let's do it. I didn't do the daily routine yesterday. Ooh, the dojo. Empty dojo is quiet enough to brace myself. In the morning when the sun has just risen, the silence has a holy feel to it that fascinates those who come here. So only one thing to do now that I'm here. Since Kiritsugu died, This has become a place, a gym to train my body. Even a magus cannot neglect to train their body. One of the requirements for a magus is to have excellent physical bodies. While Kirisugu was alive, we had many matches here. Yeah. Well, it was pretty much him beating on me, so I didn't learn anything about how to win a fight. But I think I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I was taught the difference between killing your opponent and beating your opponent. Knowledge and experience are different. Unless I know in advance, it's hard to tell whether I'm involved in a fight or a murder. It's a simple story. As long as you learn magic, you might destroy yourself. And times will come when you have to fight. For a magi, a fight means killing each other. So, I think what Kirisugu wanted to teach me was to prepare my mind for the prospect of death. But it's been a while since my teacher passed away. On my own, all I can do are simple exercises that anyone can do. After warming up my stretching, I start exercising, keeping my attention inside my body. I comprehend the flow of the magic circuit, the friction in my bones, the distortion in my thinking during fatigue, all while I'm training. Even a simple push-up can be training for magi if I put on mental shackles instead of using mental weights. As I don't have a teacher, exercise like that of the club's morning practice is an important part of training. So he did 170 push-ups this morning. Guys, if you're watching the stream right now, go ahead and pop up 200 push-ups right now. Wait, if he's been doing push-ups every day for the past 5 years, 200 every morning, he's probably jacked. I thought he was like a normal dude, but he's probably like ripped. And he eats healthy too. Fujine moves slowly to the table. First I have to cook the fish we prepared. You just woke up? That's even better, because look, Shirou woke up, cooked breakfast, and then hit 200 push-ups. So, I think, for you, let's do 100. Just for you. But everybody else 200. Oh, whoops. The radish is already grated. Sakura takes out a dish from the back. I think I saw a faint bruise on her wrist when she leaned forward. Chotomate, Sakura. What's on your wrist there? You know, what's going on over there? She looks away awkwardly. And then she tells me who caused that bruise. Imagine Shirou's like growling and like he's like clenching his fist right now. He's like, Shinji! Yeah, that doesn't look like you fell. Baka. Shinji isn't tired of getting beat up yet. Wait, does Shirou beat up Shinji? I mean, to be fair, Shirou, yeah, that's true. He's a different breed. Shirou could probably do 1,000 push-ups if he had the time. Like, no breaks in between. He just keeps grinding. He looks at, like, superheroes on movies, and he's like, oh, they're kind of small. He'll look at bodybuilders on TV, like, that dude's kind of skinny, isn't he? Sakura falls silent. Sakura looks calm, but she's pretty obstinate. It's useless to say anything to her now.
悪いのはシンジだろ
At the mention of Shinji's name, Sakura looks away awkwardly. So, in other words, he's the cause of that bruise. Shinji has a bad habit of being hard on his sister Sakura. I first noticed it about a year ago. Sakura was injured sometimes, and she just evaded my questions when I asked about it. When I asked Shinji about it, of all things, he said he was the one who he hit Sakura. Okay, so basically, Shiro's noticed that Sakura's had bruises on her, and then she's like, "Oh, I don't know how this got here." And then he asked her brother, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that was me. Yeah, dude, I hit her so hard, dude." He said because he felt, "Yeah, I just hit her so hard because I just wanted to, bro." After that, I got pissed and did to Shinji what he did to Sakura. Oh my god. Shiro's kind of he's kind of goated. Since then, we've been estranged. I still don't regret punching him. But I still think it's my fault that Sakura's being treated worse. Oh, so Shinji was like, or no, Shiro was like, "Oh, so you want to hit girls, right? You want to hit girls? I got some for you." Just pops him in the mouth.
したよ別に初めから喧嘩なんてしてないから仲直りも何もないけどな
先輩にとってはそうでしょうけど兄さんにとっては喧嘩をしたことになるんですだから気をつけてください
Sakura says strange things sometimes.
気をつけろってシンジを
兄さん先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました先輩が退部するようになったのも兄さんのせいだって
それは違う部活を辞めたのはシンジとは関係ないいやそりゃ多少はあったかもしれないけどそんなのはさくらが気に病むことじゃないぞ
I point at my right shoulder. There's a scar there. It happened a year and a half ago. A shipment collapsed on me during work and I hurt my right shoulder. I got out with a broken bone, but the shipment was a hazardous one, and I got a burn on my skin. After that accident, I quit the archery club. My school archery club emphasizes formalities as they let us shoot formally, even as students. The men expose their right shoulder when they shoot. Shinji commented that it might be indecent for someone shooting formally to have a scar on their shoulder. Since I was getting busy with work, I quit the archery club right then. He's like, yeah, I'll just leave. When I started my first job, I got burned by water. It was awful.
何を平和な藤姉は全身骨折しようが支障ないっていうやつだぞさくら
先輩私真面目な話をしているんです
Why are we having this whole conversation? Don't y'all got school? I should answer seriously too, but I can't. Sorry.
部活をしている余裕はないよ
No, he doesn't have school
弓は
actually.
好きだけど優先するべきことじゃないし
Imagine
しば
having
らくは間を取ろうと思う
club activities before school. I wonder what clubs those are.
しばらくって
If I had club activities before school, it would have to be like something chill, like
気が向いた頃かなまあさくらが卒業するぐらいまでにはなんとかその時はよろしくなさくら
I pat Sakura's shoulder.
私その時をお待ちしています
Mind you, this guy's like crushing seriously on her. So when he pats her and then she smiles, he's probably gonna go to school thinking about that. I'm betting $4,000 on it. She nods powerfully that it seems she might drop the plates she's holding. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujine have left already for their morning club practice. I went to school early yesterday because Issei wanted me to, but I leave my house at the usual time today. Going to school. Oh! Several police cars are parked outside a house. Something must have happened as it's noisy and lots of people are surrounding the area. Huh? I'm curious, but I cannot tell what's going on with all the people surrounding it. I have no time, so I should prioritize school. If it gave me a choice to say go to school or check it out, I might have checked it out. I don't know. School's still gonna be there. I reach school in 10 minutes before the bell. I enter the main gate as usual.
おはようエミヤ。
I think this is Michizuri. Yeah.
なんだ、まだ着替えてないのか、三辻。もうすぐホームルームだぞ。俺に挨拶なんかしてる場合じゃないだろ
う。Which route is this? This is the first one, Fate route. Is it just called Fate route or is it Fate Stay Night? I don't know. But yeah, this is the first route. Because the anime adaptation is apparently inaccurate and I want to get the real deal. So we're only on like episode or chapter 1 because you did the prologue. She laughs as if something is really funny. Mitsuzuri Ayako. She was my classmate in first year and now she's the captain of the archery club. She's very insightful and everyone expected her to become captain since the first year. Well, in other words, her mental age is older than her real age. So she's been the older sister type everyone counts on since she was a first year. In other words, she's One-chan. Yeah, the first round was kind of messed up. Yeah, so apparently, though she gets mad, people say that according to her, she's not old. Apparently the way they adapted it is like the ending was like an amalgamation of all the routes and then I think some original content. I don't know. It just the ending is not accurate at all and they just started making up stuff, I think. So we'll see when we get there. But so far the beginning is somewhat accurate, although I don't remember Mitsuzuri being in the show. I do remember Sakura being like crushing on him like crazy, and I don't even know if he summoned Saber until episode 2.
いいね。正直に答えるくせに何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。エミヤ、シンジと違って隙がないな。
シンジ？なんでそこにシンジが出てくるんだ？
なんでも何も。あんたとシンジって友人じゃない。シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょ？
I'm the only male friend he has. He's too busy hanging out with girls. That's kind of like me. I hang out with a lot of girls. Still waiting for Type Moon to remake the first route. I am too, actually. Because Type Moon animation is so gorgeous, so it would be nice if they remade it. And it's, I think this route is more focused on Saber. So I can't wait. As you can see by the images on this side, I'm very excited to see Saber. And I also want Type Moon or somebody to adapt Tsukihime. That would be cool, because we'll see if I read that visual novel too. I don't know how long that one is.
自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから。後に残された私とかさくらの気持ちとか少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない？
シンジのやつまたなんかやったのか？
あいつが何もやらない日なんてないけど。
Okay, so basically
それにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか。
My oh my.
1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから。
Shinji's been moody, and it's rare for her to make a face like this, but even more than that, I can't ignore what she just said.
なんだよそれ。部員が辞めたってなんで？
That'd be cool, but still might they didn't release a remake for PC. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like what is it, Type Moon? This company is so like Japanese oriented that I don't think they like recognize that there's such a big Western audience that would probably love to read their visual novels and would pay for it. But they don't put those in easy access unless you have a Japanese computer or you know, a Japanese friend or you live in Japan. So it takes a lot of work to get those visual novels, and I think it's probably easier to get the classic one that came out, you know, 20 years ago than to get the remake.
いつも道場にいるわけじゃないってエミヤだって知ってるでしょ？
それはそうだが、にしても何考えてんだシンジのやつ。
But yeah, Shinji's been acting a little bit freaky. Not freaky. He's acting mean to the students because he's probably got like an ego boost. And Rin rejected him yesterday, so he's kind of having a big emotional thing. And he hit Sakura yesterday. So yesterday was kind of a big rough day for him. I wonder why. Wonder why he was acting so rough yesterday.
ついさっき聞いたような返答をしやがって。いや、それよりシンジはどうしたんだよ。なんだってそんな真似をしたんだ。
聞いた話じゃ、遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか。
遠坂
Yeah, he got turned down by Rin. Yeah, you can even play the classic one on a browser. Yeah, I think you can also play Fate on the browser too. OG Tsukihime is kind of freaky though. I don't know what it's like. I watched Carnival Phantasm, which has the characters in it. They do seem kind of freaky, especially Arcueid. She's the biggest freak of them all. It's the first time I've heard the nickname, but probably agree with it. Tohsaka involved. I can understand even Shinji getting turned down, but and most of all, if it was Tohsaka, I can see her refusing him mercilessly.
ともかく、シンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よ。おかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ。
シンジのやつ、変にこらえが効かない時があるからな。三つ釣り、大変だろうけど頑張ってくれ。はいはい。けどね、シンジって懲りないでしょ。
Mitsuzuri, I gotta get to class in like 2 minutes. You've been yapping for the last 8 minutes. Come on, Mitsuzuri.
いや、いくら信じても振られた相手には近寄らないだろう。あいつ、そのあたりはちゃんとしてるぞ。
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。遠坂さ。
One thing about Samurai Remnant, they know when to stop talking. Oops. That's the first thing I've heard of it. Heard of what? But Tohsaka comes and visits the dojo. You quit so you wouldn't know. Oh, they're talking about how Rin and her had tea this morning. But Rin doesn't do any club activities for personal reasons. I thought she went straight home since she even turned down the recommendation to join the student council.
たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く泊まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。
Mitsuzuri says some dangerous things. Come to think of it, I heard that Tohsaka has many enemies. Could Mitsuzuri be one of them? Now, if you remember from the prologue, Tohsaka and Mitsuzuri have it is an enemy relationship where they're both competing with each other. It's not like they hate each other, but they're always fighting against each other on purpose because that's how their friendship is. Anyway, she hurries off. But I like that part of her. Feeling calmer now, I head for the classroom. Yeah, so that whole combo is this. Shinji's acting weird, and Rin rejected him. It's lunchtime. Our school is a splendid cafeteria. Most students eat there. But there are some old-fashioned students who bring their own lunches. Two of them happen to be me and the student council president in front of me. Issei! My bro. Give me some of that fried chicken. Brother, go get your own. What the heck? There's a vending machine down the street, brother. I thought he teaches prohibited meat or alcohol.
何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。小坊主に食わす贅沢はない。悔しいのなら己で何とかせよなどという。いっそ今からでも天祖になるか。
Running away and joining the circus.
あのじいさんなら確かに。
Sorry, I was drinking. Issei's father is a priest of Ryudo Temple and a bold guy who's old friends with the old man at Fujine's place. You can't expect a normal personality when he's friends with a guy like that. He's getting that fried chicken. Hand him my lunchbox.
いやいや、ありがたく。 これも托発の
This
修
too
行
is
ね
part of my religious training. Bro, you're just hungry. He bows deeply. How can I put this? I never know what to say when things like this remind me that he's a son of a priest.
あ、そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか？
Oh, he's talking about the police cars we saw. The intersection this morning. He must mean that clamor with all the police cars.
なんでもな、殺人があったそうだ。詳細は知らないが、一家4人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく長物だというのが普通じゃない。
Huh. A long weapon. He must mean something like a sword. It was a murder, so that must mean the sister and the parents were killed. Well, at least the Fate Stay Night is getting released. Oh yeah, I heard they're making a remake or remaster or something. It looks good. I picture it. Someone barging in during the night. Unjust violence. A one-sided pillage. Like an accident. Slash parents. Bro, I want Taco Bell so bad. Wait. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta check some. Yeah.
いっせ、それ犯人は捕まったのか？
Have they caught the murderer?
捕まってはいないようだな。
I'm like craving
信
Taco
徒の
Bell.
方
I
で
don't know
は
why
欠
murder
陥
made
工
me
事に
think.
よる事故。こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。学校の門限が早まるのも当然。
別に。何？
何も。
エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな。少し驚いた。すまん。食事時の話ではなかったな。
Issei tries to soften the air apologetically. I was fine with the topic, but was I really making such a nasty face? Have I seen Shiro's face yet? I don't think they showed it yet. I mean, they showed it in the last route, but I mean, in the last prologue, but they didn't show it in this one yet. And then there's a quiet knock on the door.
失礼。竜道はいるか？
Dudo.
ああ、はい。何ですか、先生。
He's eating that fried chicken. Issei addresses Kuzuki, who just entered. It must be a simple talk about the student council, as Issei seems pretty relaxed. It's gonna be released this year. Yeah, I think I saw it on Twitter, and I was gonna wait for it, but I didn't want to wait anymore, so I got this. This took so long to get, by the way. That's not something you see every day. Despite his appearance, Issei is very shy. The guy who draws a line against his classmates and even his teachers was letting his guard down with Kuzuki.
真面目なとこで気が合うのかも。
Kuzuki Soichiro, the teacher in charge of Class 2A, is serious and stubborn. Probably that aspect helps him get along with Issei, who prizes order and discipline. The two continue to talk. All the while, I can't get the story of the murder out of my mind. Out of my head. Anyways, is that the second murder? Classes end and it's time to go home. Okay, so right now it's February 1st. Rin has summoned Archer, and I think at this point... Or no. Did she? I think at this point, she's checking the school to see if anything freaky's going on. I cannot go anywhere as I have work today. I should leave school and go straight to the neighboring town, but... Still worried about the conversation I had this morning. I've made my way to the archery club before I knew it.
もう何やってんだ俺。
According to Mitsuzuri, Rin comes here often. Well, I don't really care about that, but I know Shinji is getting angry at her is going to be a problem.
シンジのやつ。
Yeah, I can
カッ
understand.
となると止まらないから
I mean,
な。
they could have at least said it was like fall 2024. Yeah, did they? I don't even know when it's... You know what? They'd do something funny, release it like December 30th, just for fun. Yeah, it came out in 2024, right? It's bad if Shinji gets violent just because she turned him down. I don't know why it's bad. It's just bad. It makes me feel bad just thinking about it, so I have to stop it from happening.
なんだ。
And Tohsaka's not here.
トーサカいないじゃないか。
Tohsaka isn't around. Mitsuzuri's worries are needless.
へえ、誰がいないって？
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I spin around.
だから。
I thought it was Shinji. And there's Issei, whom I left behind.
お前か一世。あんまり驚かすなよな。
いや、エミヤが挙動不審げに道場を眺めていたからつい。
If Red Garden doesn't get released next year, I'm gonna lose it. Is that another? Oh yeah, I need to make a list of Type Moon stuff I gotta read. I heard they were like behind on something. They're like behind on the Tsukihime
なんでも昨日
remake.
シンジと一悶着あったらしいんだ。それで一応様子を見に来ただけだ。
ほうほう。
Honestly,
不審だな。
only time will
聞かれてもい
tell.
ないのに理由まで話すなど。俺は誰がいないかと聞いただけなのだが。
Although, you know what, if they do release something, they're probably gonna release it.
なんだよ。別にいいだ
It's
ろ。
probably gonna be like an early release in Japan and then like a week later, worldwide release, something like that. That's what they do with so many things. I don't know if you guys know Neco-Arc, but
遠坂はここにはいない。なぜなら、あいつは今日ずる休みだ。
何？
oh yeah, she skipped school.
そうか。欠席か。待て一世。なんで遠坂がずる休みなんだよ。
She skipped school because Archer was
あいつが
there
風邪などひくものか。
and
俺が見たところ
I think she missed her
あいつは悪いや
alarm
つだ。
and now they're like walking around
外
town.
見に
Okay, yeah,
騙される
so
とパクッと食われるぞエミヤ。
tomorrow in the game, she comes to school and she's like, somebody set up a field. Somehow Issei's words annoy me. It's true that I don't know her, but I can't imagine that she's a bad
言い過
person.
ぎだぞ一世。遠坂はそんなやつじゃないだろ
ん？なんだエミヤも遠坂狙いなのか。ああ、それはすまない。今のは流してくれ。
After Tohsaka? Who said anything like that? He likes
う。勝
Sakura.
手に決めつけるな。
And until he sees Saber, then he'll be like,
シンジが揉め事を起こしたら大変だ
oh,
ろ。
hey, Saber, how's it going?
シンジが遠坂に殴り
So
か
we're
かろう
planning
と
to
したら
stop
止め
Shinji
る
if he
ためか。
attacked Tohsaka, huh?
またそんな役回りを
Playing
す
an
るな。
unrewarded... I don't know why I'm reading
別
this.
に俺は気にしないが、割と趣味が悪いのだな、エミヤは。
He said he has bad taste for liking Tohsaka.
けど一世、お前今変なこと言わなかった。
ん？遠坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい？
そう。遠坂は人気あるじゃないか。俺もあいつの悪い噂は聞かないぞ。
ああ、聞かないね。それがまた気に食わない。
気に食わないってどの辺がだよ。
だから全部だよ。あれは
The
メギ
woman
ツネ
is a
女
fox.
性だ、妖怪だ。
My god.
とにかく生理的に気に食わない。
Okay, da.
悪いことは言わないから、エミヤも気に入らないようにしろ。
I won't say anything bad, but you should try to hate her too.
人の陰口は良くない
But
って。
Shinji's a nice guy.
お前
You
の
can't
口
go
癖じゃ
hating
なかった
around people. Unless it's Shinji.
たわけ。これが陰口に入るか。俺は聞こえるように喋っている。
Speaking so she can hear it. Imagine being that much of a hater. No wonder I feel someone's eyes from the archery shop. Or dojo, thank god. I'm so glad Tohsaka's absent today.
悪いが早速陰口にしてくれ。
うん。エミヤがそういうのなら了解した。が、とりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ。単に竜道一世が遠坂凛を警戒していると言っただけだ。あ、
その割には妖怪だとかメギツネだとか言ってたけど。
And I think the term schoolgirl is discrimination.
何？褒め言葉だ。メギツネにも妖怪にもいいものはいる。
There are good foxes and monsters too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure when you said she's a fox and a
あ
monster,
く
you
まで
meant the
遠
good
坂
kind.
を表現する値として採用しただけである。かつ。
Cuts. You say laughs.
それではな。俺は生徒会室に戻るが、エミヤはバイトだろう。こんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう。
I gotta go work. Go to work. He must feel refreshed now that he said everything he wanted as he leaves calmly. I've known him for 2 years now, but I still don't understand his personality. That brother is going nuts. 20 minutes after taking the bus from my school, I arrive at the neighboring town of Shinto across the bridge.
なんだまだ5時前か
Across the bridge?
少し時間があるな
Who is... What happened last episode that involved the bridge? I need like a sound effect every time I bring up storytelling beats. Miyama City is a residential district, so there's no part-time jobs there, but developing Shinto has many available. The school approves of students having part-time jobs, so I work a few easy ones. I prefer hard physical labor that ends as quickly as possible. That's real, honestly. It's killing two birds with one stone as it builds my body while I get paid for it. This dude is trying to get jacked so bad, and he's working. It's working. This guy could probably work at Home Depot and Lowe's, like back to back, like Monday, every alternating days, Home Depot and Lowe's. And then on his off day, he goes to the gym for 7 hours. Today's job, simple loading job from 5 to 8. Even though it's only 3 hours or 6 hours worth of work to do, they make you run around with a amount of minutes rest. So I should rest when I can, even if it's just for 10 minutes. It's a waste of energy walking around into my job, so I guess I'll rest in a park. Honestly, that sounds like a... If they're paying good, it's worth it. This park among the buildings is a big field. A park should be filled with people like families and lovers on weekends, but it's empty here now. No. This place is always desolate.
相変わらずだなここは
I'm a bit sad. The utterly neglected ground looks awful compared to the neatly organized surroundings. The desolate area makes the wind feel cold. This reminds me of the conflict. I've actually never seen that word. Conflagration 10 years ago, and this place where I was saved from burning to
なん
death.
で芝生とか植えないんだろういつまでもこのままって
Conflagration. I gotta keep that one down. It's a large area, so if they retiled it, the park would get bigger. Thinking absent-mindedly, I sit down on a bench. I stare at the burned land to pass the time. I don't remember what happened here back then. I probably don't remember because I was a kid, and it wouldn't have been an easy scene to memorize. All I can remember is that it was hot and I couldn't breathe, and that people died trying to save
どう
others.
してそうなのかな
Maybe because there was a big black hole in the sky. For example, an adult that tried to save a child from a burning house. He saved the child but died in its place. For example, there were people who had their throats burned, but they gave what little water they had to one guy, and the others died. For example, there was someone who ran alone to get away from the fire as fast as possible, and everyone that he passed on the way died. And for example, people who died because they gave away something that was saving them, only to save others they didn't even know. I didn't like things like that. It makes me mad that those who tried hard were sacrificed. Oh, you got the definition for me? Wait, let me get the pronunciation. Conflagration. Conflagration. An extensive fire which destroys a great deal of land or property. Honestly, that's a good word. I'm going to remember that if I'm ever writing a story. Conflagration. I didn't like things like that. It makes me mad that those people who tried hard were sacrificed. Am I greedy to want an ending where everybody is safe and happy? All I wanted was to see people relax peacefully. So why couldn't I manage such a simple thing?
シロの言っていることは誰も彼も救うということだからね。
Kiritsugu answered so to the question I asked as a child. Of course, as a child I denied it, because Kiritsugu saved me. I knew he was a sorcerer who could do anything. I knew he was a superhero who couldn't ignore people in need, who saved them for no benefit. So I believed Kiritsugu could have saved everyone back then. When I told him that, he made a troubled expression and said something that I remember to this day.
シロ、誰かを救うということは誰かを助けないということなんだ。いいかい？正義の味方に助けられるのはね、正義の味方が助けた者だけなんだよ。
I'm glad I watched Fate. Okay, sorry, Kiritsugu. sorry. I was gonna say I'm glad I watched Fate Zero because in that show or in that story, you get the backstory of Kiritsugu. And he lived by the philosophy of saving the many, like sacrificing the few to save the many. So, in essence, when you save somebody, somebody else dies. I understand that. It's obvious now that he said it. Let's say there was a robber and some hostages, and the robber intends to kill the hostages. With normal methods, most of the hostages would be killed. Even if you use a miraculous method to save all the hostages, there'll still be one person who isn't saved. That, of course, is the robber whose hostages were rescued. The people a superhero saves are only those he decides to save. That's why even God cannot save everyone.
それが天才ならなおさらだ。誰であろうと全てを助けるなんてできなかった。
The fire 10 years ago was like that. It's not something I, who miraculously saved from it, can talk about now. I don't want such a thing. I don't want help that has a limited capacity. You have to help, no matter how impossible it is. I can't stand to save strangers. I can't stand to have strangers dying around me, like back then. So, if I had been there 10 years ago, even if it wasn't possible, I would have gone into the fire and... Yeah, he's like, if I was there, I would have just saved everybody. That's for certain. Jeez, I'm hopeless. It's already 5 o'clock. You gotta get to work. 5 o'clock bell rings. I stand up and quickly make my way to work. Yeah, we gotta lift heavy boxes. When my job's done, the sun's already set. It's a bit before 8. I finished 10 minutes early because I worked too hard. It seems I worked frantically since I went to that place before work. Here in front of the station, the night's just getting started. There are lots of people and a constant flow of cars on the road. The buildings are still lit up. And just looking at them makes me feel like I'm watching a grand festival of illumination. I walk while looking up at the lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see the top clearly. I just gaze up at the building, just enjoying the night scenery. And I think I see something out of place. So he's looking up at the tallest building in Shinto, and he sees something. I stop and stare at the rooftop. I focus my eyes, looking at the thing as small as a grain of rice. No way he can see her. Shirou, be serious. This guy, it looks like someone I know. Why is she there? What would she be doing there? With her long hair fluttering, doing nothing. She looks down at town. Could you imagine being in, I don't know what cities you guys live in, but imagine being in downtown, right? And maybe there's a skyscraper there. Could you imagine seeing the top and seeing somebody on there? It doesn't seem like she noticed me down here. There's no way she could see me, even though she does. Shirou has binoculars installed in his eye. Yeah, he's saying he's bad at magic. This guy, he doesn't even know it. He's got like magic always flowing through him, and he doesn't even know, because there's no human that can do this. She's so high up that I, with better eyesight than most, can barely see her by improving my vision with magical... Oh, yeah. Yeah, if I just read it like one sentence. he can use his magic to improve his vision. I can recognize her since she's standing there alone, but there's no way she would notice me down here among all these people. She's just looking down at the town. Maybe she's looking for someone, as I can feel her sharp stare even down here. I forget about time and keep looking up at the girl standing in the sky. She's on top of a tall tower. She's like a witch, looking down at the earth with the moon behind her. Oh, okay, she's gone. But she must be done with whatever she's doing as she disappears. Her figure disappeared and the scene returns to the beautiful view of the night. That was Tohsaka, right? Probably Kiritsugu saw them with Avalon with saving him. At this point, Kiritsugu probably like had like a book of like spells that Irasfeel had saved up, and he like gave Shirou, he gave him genetics to get buff, like really ripped. He gave him the good eyesight and Avalon. He's got like reflexes like Spider-Man, because I know later he's like 1v1ing servants like writer. There aren't many girls with looks that stand out that much. And more than that, I'm not stupid enough to mistake a girl I secretly admire. Shirou!
にしても
Shirou, buddy! So you like Sakura and Rin? Well, it's Tohsaka sure has strange hobbies. Shirou, it's not like you're... What other girls can you like? That's like the only girls he likes. Like, 2 girls is not that bad. Right? He's not going to fall in love with anyone else. Unlike Shinto, there's no one in Miyama City. After 8 o'clock, there are no people around and the town is terribly quiet. At the junction is the house I saw this morning. There's no sign of people, and the door has a do not enter sign. After only 1 day, the house is as quiet as an abandoned building. Parents and older sister killed by the burglar. What kind of life remains for the child left behind? I bite my lip, feeling powerless. Even after swearing to become like Kiritsugu, I can't do anything about something that happens so close by. Even though I want to help someone, in the end, I don't even know what I can do. Does he want to do all 3 routes? You know what? If you told Shirou his future, that he would bang Sakura, he would bang Rin, and he would bang Saber. If you told him that was going to happen, he would be like, what do I... Just tell me what I got to do. I'll do it all. I'll do everything. Just tell me what I got to do to get all 3. Oh. If anything happens... I don't know if you saw this at the beginning, but remember, guys, if anything freaky happens, I have this this hider. You'll see this image, and if you see this image, that means there's something freaky happening. Okay, I climbed the because my channel, I'm not getting my channel taken down. Anyway, I climbed the hill and reached the Emiya house. The lights are still on, so Sakura and Fujine must still be there.
ただいまあれ藤根だけか
So what was that? It's a little drawing I made. It's like a representation of, you know. Anyway, what was what? I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, welcome, sure. Look, it's Fujine. Fujine turns around, munching on a rice cracker. TV shows, a loud variety show. Spat your water. I don't know. That's weird that you spat your water just so randomly, because I don't recall anything. I don't recall anything that,
8時までのバイトを選んでるんだからこれ以上無茶言わないでくれ
I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, he's talking about part-time jobs. I think Sakura went home already.
飯の支度だけはできてるみたいだけど
さくらちゃんなら早めに帰ったわよ。今日は用事があるからって晩ご飯だけ作ってくれたの。
Okay, Shiro's probably gonna go in the shed and like Fujine says so happily. As far as she's concerned, anyone who cooks for her is a good person.
そっか。確かにしばらくはその方がいいかもしれないな。最近は物騒だし。If
the voices ever get muted, you know something freaky about it. Yeah, I heard the H scenes don't have voice acting. Because I was looking up like what I need to prepare for when I was installing this game, and so those, because they're from the original version, they didn't voice act that part. So when the quality drops a little bit and it gets a little steamy, you'll be seeing that image of Shirou and Saber alter sloppy makeout. You'll have to imagine. I'll be looking right at it, but you guys won't.
そこに自分家で食べるという選択肢はないのか、あんたは。
だからここが私の家だよ。
Anyways, Fujine wants food because everybody in the show is, or book is hungry.
分かったよ。藤根に飯を作れなんて無理難題を言ってもしょうがねえ。それはいいけど、足元のそれなんだよ。また余計なものを持ってきたんじゃないだろうな。
Fujine has a terrible habit of leaving junk at my place. Large bowls, restaurants, gatekeeping pretty much. I'm only gatekeeping because YouTube would, I bet if this was Twitch I could show it, but since it's YouTube, unfortunately we can't look at naked women. I know it sucks. I'm just glad there's if I put the image there and it was like voice acted with sound effects, I don't know what I'd do. I'd have to like mute the game and like I'd just be watching it. That's so funny. I'll give a review every time there's a H scene. I'll tell you guys my review of it. Don't worry. Fujine hands me the poster. It's probably some infamous idol or something. Here we have a military-style guy with his thumbs up on a cheap-looking blue sky background. In the letters like blood, it reads, "Love's lovely ranger lad. Please join the self-defense force." Hold on. Is this an army recruiting poster? Yeah, YouTube will like, if it gets reported or something, my whole channel gone. They'll be like, yeah, buddy, you're never making videos again. Have a nice day. And then I gotta work at like Subway or something. I roll up the poster and hit Fujine with it. But Fujine deflects my attack with a poster she had hidden and counteracts mercilessly. Bam! The poster lightly knocks my... Oh, knocked his lights out. Star! Oh my god. Ew, that laugh. I think she hit him with like a metal rod. Could this be the skill of a master? This poster is a special first edition, made from a steel plate. She slammed them in the head with steel. She would marry me if that happened.
全速でお断りです。そんな天然殺人鬼を相方にもらう気はないやい。
私そんな物騒なのじゃないと思う。
She doesn't think she's that dangerous of a person.
やっぱり、得てしてそういう連中は自覚がないっていうのは本当だったのか。
How true, how true. I'll have to watch out or I'll be killed.
ふんだ、言ってなさい。そんなことよりしろ。
Dang, she still wants food? Just slam me in the head! Dang! Fujine, why don't I just... He doesn't have leftovers he can heat up in the microwave or something? How strange. Fujine's helping out. Even if it's only setting up dishes. She must be really hungry. Alright, what we cooking? What we cooking? Pouring the rice.
いいんじゃないか。今日はさくらもいないし、どうせ飯は余るし。
よしよし。それじゃ、シローもお揃いね。
Fujine pours rice into 2 bowls. Oh well, I was gonna have a second anyway. And besides, if I argue with Fujine, she'll take my dinner away. And to add, chaotic dinners like this have been common scenes for many years now. Alright, going to sleep. Finishing a rowdy dinner and seeing Fujine off, I take a bath. After that, I practice my daily routines in the shed. I complete it as usual and go to sleep. It's 1 in the morning. The day ends peacefully without any troubles. Let's save right now so I don't forget. Because I'm not losing this. Anyway. Alright, February 2nd. So, at 1 a.m. Wait, what's happening today? Oh, this is this is the day. Wink, wink. Oh, okay. He's having a nightmare again. I'm in a fire, collapsing buildings and burning people. No matter how far I run, the scenery is always red. This is a vision of 10 years ago, a memory of the distant past. I haven't remembered in a while. I run through it, as if recreating the scene. There's no escape even though I know it's a dream. I run, keep running. Should I be a voice actor? In the end, where I end up is how I'm saved after running out of energy. What a beautiful normal day in Miyama City Fuyuki City, Japan. Ohayou gozaimasu. I wake up with a bad feeling. A feeling like a metal weight is inside my chest. I feel my forehead and find that I'm sweating a lot, even though it's winter.
もうこんな時間か。
And he woke up late. It's already past 6. Oh, it's not that late. I can hear the sound of a kitchen knife and cutting something.
今朝も早いな。
Sakura's cooking for us. We gotta go and help. I wonder what we're gonna eat for.
シロ、今日どうするのよ。土曜日だから午後はアルバイト？
Ooh, will I be working?
いや、バイトは入ってないよ。一世のところで何かやってると思うけど、それがどうかしたか？
別に暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなーって。待て。
ピンチって何がさ？
お財布事情がピンチ
My
なの。
wallet.
誰かがお
She
弁当
wants
作
me
っ
to
てくれ
make.
ると嬉しいんだけどな
Oh my! Y'all are big. Y'all are hungry. Y'all are big and wide
た
and
まには
greedy.
一食ぐらい抜いた方がいい。
All of you. Everybody in this game loves
な
eating.
んでシロには期待してないもん。私が頼りにしてるのはさくらちゃんだけなんだからね、さくらちゃん。
はい、私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。
オッケーオッケー。じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
Breakfast continues as usual. Did you guys know these voice actors have been playing these characters for 20 years? I was playing what's it called? The Gohan Emiya game. The Emiya cooking game. Literally the game where you cook. And it's the same voice actors as this visual novel, which is so fun how they've been playing the same characters. And they're in the anime too. I mean, Shirou's cooking. He's got that X cooking with Lucky. Yep. EX cooking, sorry. But yeah, he's like he should be a pro chef. I don't know why he's lifting heavy stuff. He can still lift heavy like boxes of rice and get ripped, you know. Fujine looks at me sipping her miso soup. Geez, she's usually so slow, but she gets sharp only at times like this.
昔の夢を見た。寝覚めがすっげえ悪かっただけで、あとはなんともない。
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
Fujine ends the conversation like she's not interested. I'm not worried at all about it either, so I shouldn't get mad about it. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares back when I couldn't get the fire out of my mind. But I saw less of it as time passed, and I'm well over it now that I can let it slide even after dreaming about it. But I guess it was pretty bad back then since Fujine has been here since that time. She's sensitive to my change.
シロ、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
ない。なんともないんだから、人の夢にかこつけて飯を横取りするな。
God. Shirou, are you hungry? You want my...
シロが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
そりゃこっちのセリフだ。もうちょっと可憐になってくれた方がいいぞ、弟分としては。
We make fun of each other without looking at each other. That proves my liveliness, and Fujine laughs with relief. To be honest, I'm glad she's worrying, but she'll be elated if I thank her, so I act like I'm discontented. I look at Sakura, bro, what is she geeking at me for? Not knowing the circumstances. Sakura looks puzzled the way they're acting. Are we headed to school? Nope. Oh yeah, we're headed to school, we're not at school. Wait, it's Saturday.
先輩、今日の夜から月曜日までお手伝いに来れませんけどよろしいですか？
Yeah, it's fine.
別にいいよ。だって土日だろ。さくらだって付き合いがあるんだから気にすることないぞ。
そんな違います。
I think they quote this in
本当に個人的な用事で
one of the
ちゃんと部
animes.
活にだっ
They
て
like
出るんです
word
か
for
ら。
word that whole
だ
scene.
から何かあったら道場に来てくれれば何とかします。別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。
Tweaking. I just said it's
だ
fine.
から変な勘違いはしないでもらえると助かります。
It's fine. Dang. He's like, what the? What is she talking about? Sakura's acting suspicious, and she looks very tense. I don't know why, but I guess she just means she can't come over this
わかった。
weekend.
なんかあったら道場に行くよ。
そうしてもらえれば嬉しいです。
Yeah, no problem. Sakura looks relieved. When she looks down, her face suddenly stiffens.
先輩って
Huh? Staring at my left. What's on my left hand? Looking down at it. It's bleeding. I pull up my sleeve. There's certainly blood there.
なんだこれ。昨日の夜ガラクタいじってて切った
Shirou, why don't you show us what it looks like? But it doesn't hurt at all. It's just a welt on there. The welt goes straight from my shoulder down to the hand, and it looks like some kind of small snake running from my shoulder to my hand. Oh, he's
痛
bleeding
みもない
bad.
し、すぐに引くだろう。大丈夫。気にするほどじゃない。
先輩がそういうのでしたら
Perhaps she's just feeling bad from seeing the blood as Sakura looks away and falls silent. I leave Sakura, who has club activities, and head to the school building. The schoolyard's full of spirited students running around. But still, there's something oddly wrong here. The school's like it always is. Students at morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless.
気のせいか、これ。
Now, if we remember from the prologue... Oh, yeah, okay. This happened. But when I close my eyes, the air completely changes. The school building is covered with stains, like membranes, and the students running around the schoolyard seem like empty dolls.
疲れてるのかな、俺。
Yeah, you're just tired. You're just tired. Everybody imagines stuff like that when they're tired. I head to the lifeless building. I know when I'm tired, I see everything in negative, and people feel like dolls, you know. School ends early on Saturday. Oh, so they do have school on Saturday in Japan. That sucks. Classes end before noon. And after I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set. I was gonna head home, but if we remember from the prologue, today's a pretty special day. I pack up and leave my classroom. And then...
なんだ、まだ学校にいたんだ、エミヤ。
Emiya. I bump into Shinji. There are a couple girls behind him being rowdy.
やることもないくせにまだ残ってたの？ああ、そうか。また生徒会にごますってたわけね。いいね、エミヤは。部活なんてやんなくても内心稼げるんだからさ。
But yeah, when I'm tired, yeah, everything's negative, and yeah.
学校の備品を直すのは生徒として当たり前だろ。
I wonder why Shinji's here
使ってる
late.
のは俺たちなんだから。
Wouldn't happen to be because he had something to do with those membranes everywhere.
よく言うよ。
That's such a weird description. Everything's like a membrane.
なんだって当たり前だからね。そういういい子ぶりが勘に触るって前に言わなかったっけ？
He's saying he hates that we act like a
すまん。
good
よく
kid,
覚えていない。
like a little boy scout.
それ
Because
シンジの口癖だと思っていたから、どうも聞き流してたみたいだ。
and then she was like, "Oopsie."
そうかい。それじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだ、エミヤ
Shinji
は。
got away in all routes except for Heaven's Feel. I guess the writer
なんて無理だ。
likes this guy. I guess he likes writing Shinji. Like you'd think this guy would be like
なら頼まれて
killed early on
うちの弓道場さ、
for hitting
今
Sakura,
割と散らかってるんだよね。
who in most of the routes is just seen as like an innocent person.
安土の掃除もできてな
But
い。
he's pretty resilient.
暇ならさ、
At least that's what I know from the anime. I don't know if they change anything from the visual novel and the UFO table animes, but
元弓道部
from
員
what
だ
I
よ。
see, he lasts pretty
生徒会なんか
long.
尻尾振ってないで、たまには僕たちの役に立ってくれ。
Oh, he's talking about
ちょっ
rejoining the
と
archery
先
club.
輩、それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？
そうですよ。ちゃんとやっておかないと明日怒られますよ。
でもさ、今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃん。そこの人がやってくれんならそれでいいんじゃないの？
悪いよ。それに部外者に後片付けなんかできるわけないし。
そうでもないんじゃない？
Yeah,
あ
you
の人
can
元
go
弓
for
道
it.
部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ。
As long as
任
it's
せ
not
ちゃえ
too
ばいい
bad.
のよ。
They're getting rowdy behind Shinji. The girls are fighting. Seems like they're an archery club, but they must be members that Shinji recruited recently, as I don't know them.
じゃあ、あとはよろしく。鍵の場所は変わってないから、勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね、エミヤ。
なあ、構わないよ。どうせ暇だったから、たまにはこういうのも悪くない。
サンキュー。それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。
Did he say thank you?
雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ。
I didn't know they say that in Japan. I'm like learning about Japanese culture from this game.
じゃあ、あとはよろしくお願いしますね。
Wait, yeah, I knew that. They say it in music. Anyway, the girls are leaving. I like agreed to be Shinji's little dude. Cleaning up. Took a while, but it's quite big. But it was fun cleaning the place, as I used it until a year and a half ago. I picked up a bow thinking it might be okay to shoot just once, but since it wasn't mine, I decided not to. If I ever want to, I could just bring my own bow and come here. He's got a bow and arrow? Oh, okay.
カーボン製の弓が多くなったな。
Did y'all know I have a bow and arrow?
1年前までは1つしかなかった。
I'm like an archery professional. I also have a sword. I'm basically Shirou. Carbon-based bows are good, unlike wood and plastic. But the biggest problem is the price, and they're not something we can buy with the club budget. Why is he yapping about bows? Back then, Shinji was the only one using it. Are the new members rich too?
もったいない。木の弓の方がいろいろと手を加えられるのに。
Well, I guess it's personal taste right there. When I look at the clock, it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7 o'clock. The gate should be closed by now, so there's no reason to rush now. But still, was this dojo always this dirty? There are loads of places that look unkempt.
ここまで来たら1時間も2時間も変わらないか。
I've started this much, so I'll finish the job. Okay, so Shirou is basically a housewife. Oh, they turn off the lights? Oh, he turned off. But yeah, Shirou's a housewife. He loves cleaning and cooking. Doing stuff for his women. The wind is blowing. It's so cold that my cheeks are getting numb. Fuyuki City isn't usually cold during the winter, but it is cold tonight of all nights. My breath hangs out around as a white cloud. I wrap up my body to hold off the cold.
なんだ。暗いと思ったら月が隠れてるのか。
There's no light in the sky when I look up. Because of the strong winds, the clouds are moving fast. It's past curfew, so there's no sign of life in the empty school. It seems this place is only filled with chill, as all is silent. What? What was that? Just now. I think I heard something. Shirou's the best wife. Oh yeah. I should put Shirou on the sides of this video, not Saber.
表の方か。
I do hear something. Is it coming from the school grounds? This night, I must have been curious about the sound that broke the silence. To investigate it, I find myself heading there even though I somehow knew that I mustn't. Sounded like swords clanging. I go to the schoolyard.
人？
Well, they only look like that from a distance. It's a dark night with no light. If I wanted to know more, I'll have to go closer to the schoolyard. I can hear the sounds louder now. It's the sound of metal hitting metal. There must be someone that's fighting with weapons here.
バカバカしい。何考えてるんだ、おい。
Bakawatashi. I dismiss the image from my mind with a bitter smile and walk on. At that time, maybe my instincts noticed the danger as I hit myself as I approached. I don't know if this is fortunate or not, but anyways, when I get by a tree that is enough to hide myself, I take a closer look at the source of the sound. Yeah, that's Mordred in Saber's outfit. At that time, my mind stops completely. Oh, the music's kicking in. It's so weird. There's something strange there. A man in red and a man in blue. They're dangerously armed, as their ominous appearance suggests. They're actually slashing at each other. Yeah, Saber and Saber's outfit. I can understand. Actually, how many Sabers do I know? I know Saber Lily. I need to get her in here too. And then Saber Alter there. I need all the Sabers. My brain does not work properly, faced with their impossible movements, but the clang of their weapon tells me they're trying to kill each other. I just knew immediately when I saw them. They're not human. They're probably just things that look like humans. I can tell, not because I'm learning magic. Anyone would realize they're not human. After all, humans can't move like that. So there's something no one should associate with. I can feel their murderous intent, even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body understands faster than my brain that I will definitely die if I stay here. That's why my heart is racing so fast. As living like them, I sense they're living things made only to kill. They're using weapons made only to kill. I remember the murder yesterday. They said the family was killed by some weapon like a sword. I shouldn't watch any longer, but my body won't follow my commands as I can't even breathe. My mind wants to run away, but my judgment tells me I'll be seen in a moment, the moment I run away. The more conflicted within me, my body's just numb. Even though I'm over 40 meters away, I can't breathe properly. It's just like I have a spear pointed right at my back. During the scene in the prologue, Rin is like telling the audience all about like the rules of fate and how there's 7 servants and 7, like it's like an hour straight of her just telling the rules. I'm like, come on, girl. The sounds stop. The figures separate, standing facing each other. The moment I feel relief at the end of their battle, I sense an even stronger intention to kill. My heart stops. The numbness in my body becomes convulsions, and I clench my teeth to try to hold my trembling body. An overwhelming amount of magical energy is flowing into the guy in blue. Kiritsugu showed me once what it's like to draw in magical energy from the surroundings. It was a beautiful magic that impressed even an amateur like me. But that thing is different. Just as even the simple task of drinking water could seem ugly if it goes too far, what he's doing is excessive that anyone with knowledge of magical energy would hate it. Yeah, she was giving us a guide. But the thing is, if you know Fate and you play this, it's like so tedious. He's going to die. The guy in red is going to die. It's a blow with that much concentrated magic energy. There's no way he'll be able to survive it. He'll die. He's not human, so something merely like a human will die. That's something I can just ignore. That doubt takes my mind off them. The binds on my body disappear, and the instant I take a deep breath. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The guy in blue stares at me. Who's hiding? Hold up, let me turn off ads for you guys. This is an important moment. The blue guy's body sinks. Just that motion tells me that I'm his target now. My legs start running automatically. I finally realize that it's an action to escape death. I put all the energy in my body into running away. I don't know how fast I ran, but before I know it, I'm in a school building. I regret my actions, panting heavily. I should have run into town to get away. What am I doing fleeing to such a deserted place? In a school of all things. Isn't there some better place to hide than here? Anyways, what do you think? I'll be killed if I don't escape? My heart aches from running so much. Turning around, I can sense nothing pursuing me. The only sound in the air is the sound of my footsteps. He's hauling ass. He's running. So I can finally rest. I stop my feet, unable to take another step, send oxygen to my pumping heart, and look up finally to realize that I'm safe. Yeah, he ran inside the school. There's no one here to even ask for help. This man just booked it straight for the building, which has more like obstacles. So if he did get caught, he can't just run in a straight line. Like, yes, yeah, it was foolish, but whatever. I recall the scene from earlier while catching my breath. Anyway, I'm sure that it wasn't something I should have seen. Some things like humans were fighting in the school grounds. That's all I can remember. But there was something else I saw out of the corner of my eye. Was Rin there? But I can't remember what the figure looked like. To be honest, I didn't have the composure to notice anything other than those two fighting.
追いかけっこは終わり。
Oh. The voice comes from right in front of me.
いや、割と遠くまで走ったな、お前。
I can't breathe. My brain stops even though I cannot think. I vaguely understand that I'm going to die.
逃げられないってのは、お前自身が誰よりも分かってたんだろう。何？やられる側ってのは得てしてそういうもんだ。別に恥じることじゃない。
Nice redoing that. I know he's so chill. He's like, yo, bro, nice running. I'm gonna kill you, but you were pretty fast. I'll give you that. Like stabbing. like trying to kill somebody and then they are not dead. We're talking about that last stream, how his noble phantasm is meant to kill anything, but he hasn't killed anything with it. And then he's gonna kill Shirou, but he's not dead. Anyway, Shirou gets punctured by the lance. There wasn't even time to dodge it. All the training I did was for nothing. All that time at the gym, Shirou, you should have been training that brain. You should have been picking up books, not weights. Come on. I knew I was going to be killed. I knew I was going to be pierced by that lance, yet I couldn't move at all. And we sing the light. The world distorts. My body grows cold. Feeling vanishes from my fingertips. Oh, that was kind of gross. The voice actor actually coughed up something. He's like, oh! I cough up blood once. Unless you're like, that was a good run. I was, yeah, exactly. More blood should have come up, but it only happens once. Perhaps a man's lance is special. The blood slowly clots, and the heart that should have been exploded stops working with just a single pierce. I can't see well. There's no feeling in me. I feel like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I don't feel any pain already. The world is white, and only I am black. So rather than feeling like I'm dead, it's more like the world around me has disappeared. I know this. I felt this 10 years ago. This is how someone feels when dying. Oh yeah, that's gay bulge. Gay. It's so funny how it's gay bulge. We got a bulge for who? And I'm sorry, that wasn't funny. I can only hear the voices. A voice filled with irritation, and after that, I hear footsteps running through the hallway. It was funny, thank you so much. Thank you. The voice suddenly disappears. Guess he jumped out of a window or something. And after that, footsteps approach me and stop. In that brief period, more footsteps. I can't hear much now.
追ってあっちゃ。ランサーはマスターのところに戻るはず。せめて相手の顔ぐらい把握しないと。
Whose voice was that? I concentrate on my fading mind, but I can't remember anything. Right now, my breathing is too noisy. My lungs must still be alive. The air coming out of my mouth is as loud as a hurricane.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
Yeah, she got the revive card. I sense someone looking at my face. Perhaps my breathing was loud as a figure tries to close my mouth and...
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
I hear the person grit their teeth. Then they touch me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を偽造して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。
A pain-filled voice. With that in mind, with that, my mind stops fading. Or starts fading, I don't know. Feeling returns to my body, slowly, bit by bit, like a drop of water going down a leaf. Feeling returns to my body. Oh. What is the person doing? The person is sweating and places their hand on my chest with all their heart. When I notice the place where the person placed their hand is terribly hot. It must be so hot that the frozen blood melted. It's starting to flow again. I sense someone take a deep breath and sit down.
疲れた。
I hear a clang of something falling.
ま
Well,
あ
like,
仕方
oh,
ないか。
that's right.
ごめんなさい、父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく薄情者です。
And that's it. The person speaks to mock themselves and leaves. My heart resumes its activity. Then my mind stops. This is not the sleep of death. This is a restful sleep to recover the energy to wake up again. Ah! Imagine he made that noise. That's basically... Told you. Basically the same. I wake up. I feel sick. My whole body's in pain and I have a sharp headache. Okay, each time my heart throbs. I can't remember because of the sharp headache. My body's cold, probably from lying on the floor for a long time. The only certain thing is my ripped uniform and my own blood on the floor. Brother, you gotta go home. I get up with a hazy head. The spot where I was lying looks like a murder scene. Had my chest pierced? Bearing the pain, I enter the closest classroom. Moving to the locker with unsteady steps, I take out a mop and a bucket. This guy gets the cleaning immediately. That's why he's a goat. That's why he's the goat housewife, Shirou. He died, comes back to life, and immediately starts cleaning. Come on now. I'm still confused. What do I still think I have to clean up? When I've just met something totally outrageous and been killed instantly. Am I still an idiot? I wipe the floor with the mop. With unsteady hands, I manage to get the blood wiped off and pick up any trash lying around, put it in my pocket. Yeah, that's why he's the goat. Maybe I'm destroying the evidence, but still in a daze. So perhaps I'm still in a daze, so perhaps that's why I'm doing something so absurd. Imagine being delirious and you just start doing chores. Oh, my head hurts. I should do the dishes. I hook the mop back and leave the school like a zombie. I get hotter as I walk. The air is cold, but it feels like my body's burning. I think I know what's happening soon. We've been streaming for, what, almost 3 hours? Perfect. When I get home, the day's already changed. There's no one home. Neither Fujine nor Sakura's around now. Dang, Shirou, come on. Breathe. I collapse to the floor. I lie on the ground and finally calm down. I take a deep breath. Uh-oh. When I inhale, my heart cries in pain as if cracking apart. No, that's wrong. It wasn't just cracked. It had a hole in it. But it healed and the wound tries to open up again when I inhale. Yeah, Shirou, you basically were dead. No, that's wrong too. I wasn't almost killed. I was actually killed. But I'm still alive in spite of that. Because someone saved me. Yeah, I would thank the person who revived me. I think so. Since the person was there, that person might have something to do with them. But that makes no difference to the fact that the person saved me. I have to thank them one of these days. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The pain returns the moment I let my guard down. At the same time, I feel like vomiting. Hold it together, man. Dang. I sit up and resist the sickness. I've placed my hand on my bare chest where the uniform is ripped. Even though I was saved, I did have a hole in my chest. That feeling, such an unpleasant feeling, a spearhead entering my body, isn't something I can forget easily. Yeah, at least it won't be about the fire. If I close my eyes, it feels like the lance is still in me. I shake off that illusion and try to calm down. Yeah, though I think Rin is someone who'll punch her. Oh yeah, she'd be like, don't thank me. And then throw him down a building. Kick him down the stairs. The result of all that training every night, just taking a few deep breaths clears my mind. And the heat and nausea vanish from my
それ
body.
であれのことだけど
Shirou, I think you should make yourself dinner and forget about it. A man in blue and a man in red. They looked human, but I don't think they were. Were they like ghosts or something? But I've never heard of ghosts with form, able to associate directly with people. And they were talking too, as if they have their own will. It's hard for me to think of them as ghosts. I've heard that only ghosts with a body are spirits, but aren't they shaped differently from humans?
問題はそんなじゃなくて
There's another fundamental problem. Those two who are killing each other, the murderous burglar that has appeared in the neighborhood, the ongoing ominous events in Fuyuki City, they're all related. All I can tell is such things is that it's way out of my league.
おい
Oh, sorry. My father's still alive, perhaps because the wound on my chest is so vivid, I complain about things I shouldn't.
なけわからなくても自分にできることをやるって決めてるじゃないか
Complaining comes later. First, I have to decide whether or not it's my concern. Who's there? Shirou's donned his detective hat. Oh yeah, he's well, he won't... He's definitely thinking. Let's see if he can put two and two together. The bell hung from my ceiling rings. This is a Magus' house, so even if only a poor one, there's a boundary field that alerts me when a stranger enters the
こんな時
property.
に泥棒か
As I speak, I realize my foolishness. That can't be it. With this timing, right after that strange incident, that can't be it. There's an intruder. Not a burglar, but an assassin who's here for my life. Because I remember that guy saying, "You saw us, so die." Gah. The house is filled with silence. In silent darkness, the murderous intent I felt at school is slowly drawing closer. Shirou, head to the shed where the big magical circle is. My throat gulps. I feel a sharp chill running down my spine. I'll be instantly pierced if I move from this room. I frantically contain the scream about to escape my mouth. I instantly release it. The instant I release it, the assassin will happily jump in and take the opportunity to kill me. If that happens, it'll be just like before. I'm prepared. I'll be pierced by that lance again. This is how I breathe when I play hide and seek. I'm like... The moment I think about it, my breathing goes wild. Damn it! I'm ashamed that I've had to give up my saved life so easily that I'm afraid. Gritting my teeth and holding my chest, I try to restrain myself. I should get used to it. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to be killed. That alone is enough to make me want to end it differently from last time. Besides, I'm a Magus. I don't know. What have I been learning for the past 8 years if I can't even protect my own life?
やってやろうじゃないか
Alright, Shirou, lock in, Shirou. Lock in. Enough thinking. Right now, I just have to counter the intruder.
まずは武器をどうにかしないと
Alright, Shirou, find a weapon. Even though I'm a Magus, all I can do is strengthen something that could be a weapon. To fight, I need a weapon. The shed has lots of things that can become weapons, but it's too far away. If I'm attacked when I leave the living room, it'll just be a repeat of what happened earlier. It'll be difficult, but I have to find a weapon here. Something long and thin would be best. My opponent's weapon is a lance, so something like a knife won't do. It would be great if there were a weapon or wood. It'd be great if there was a wooden sword or something, but of course, there's nothing. If anything, it could be a weapon here. It's the poster of Fujine. The steel poster. I'm disappointed, but despite that, I'm determined even in this hopeless situation. Things are already as bad as they can be, so they can't get any worse. So all I have to do is run forward until I run out of energy. Yeah, trace on. Through hands with Lancer with a poster. Honestly, that's kind of based. With the sword, with the words that suggest my reconstruction, I channel the magical energy into the 60-centimeter long poster. I have to turn it into something that can repel that lance, so I need to channel magical energy into every corner and solidify it. Basic quality. Oh, you got it. You got it, Shirou. I extend my consciousness as if soaking my blood into the poster through my skin. I permeate magical energy into it. I sense that I've hit the bottom, right before the magical energy overflows from it. I cut off all connection with the poster and shudder at the feeling of success. He did it! The poster is now as hard as metal, but it is as light as it was before, so I couldn't ask for a better sword. How many years has it been since I last succeeded the strengthening magic? It's kind of ironic. The magic I've never been able to achieve since Kirisugu died is only working in this kind of situation. I might be able to do something. I have some knowledge of how to use a sword. I hold the poster with both hands and stand up. Kendo form. I'll die anyway if I stay here, and I don't think I will be able to flee if I escape this house. So all I can do is run straight to the shed and make a stronger weapon. Come if you're going to come. Ew, Shirou. It won't be like that before. And the instant I think that he's here, my whole spine shivers. Ooh. Appearing from the ceiling, the guy drops straight at me. Silver light descends upon me. Oh, let me turn off these ads. This is a serious moment. Sorry, YouTube. I'm not getting paid today. I frantically escape by rolling forward. He lands softly while I keep rolling. But I stop rolling and stand with my freshly made sword in hand. Yeah, what's up, Lancer? I got this poster that's as sharp as steel, or as tough as steel. He turns to face me looking bored. He raises his lance again, seemingly uninterested. I don't know why, but he lacks the spirit he had at the school grounds. In that case, I might be able to outwit him. The man is complaining as if he thinks nothing of me. I slowly move backwards. It's about 3 or more meters to the window. Once out the window, it's about 20 meters to the shed. Then I can run off this instant. He says blankly, as if sighing it. Uh-oh. Pain assails in my right arm. It happened in an instant. The man's lance is thrust, without time for me to react. I would have faced my second death with that blow. But what prevented it was my newly made sword. The poster actually deflected his noble Phantasm. Well, not his super noble Phantasm, but, you know. He must have thought it was just paper. The lance thrust as if the poster wasn't there, was deflected by it and only skimmed my right arm. The man's expression goes away. His carelessness disappears, and now he's staring at me with beast-like eyes. I screwed up. I was just being stupidly optimistic when I thought I could do something. The thing before me is a monster beyond belief. Painfully, I realize my foolishness for letting my guard down, and even slightly against him. That's right. If I'd been really desperate, I should have ran frantically to the window just as soon as I miraculously avoided this attack. His first sword is a poster. Honestly, that's pretty cool. He should keep it as like a memorabilia of his first ever successful sword. He points his lance at me. I won't be able to block it. I can't possibly block that lightning fast blow. If his weapon were a sword, I might have been able to at least prepare for it, but that's a lance. A sword follows a line, but a lance has a point. How am I supposed to block a blow from a point that I can't even see coming? The man's body descends. In that instant, his lance swung sideways. Shirou parries. I block the lance coming up. Let's go, Shirou. Let's go, Shirou. There's a huge whirlwind. I don't know how he's moving the lance in a small room, but it makes a beautiful arc, and he got hit. He blocks? My constructed sword moved to stop it. Bends. Is he using a hammer? Damn, this numbness feels like I've broken bones in my arm. I swing the sword instinctively. He must take me lightly as he hasn't pulled back his lance, so I flick away the shaft with my sword. Shirou, just get out of there. The arm that hit it go numb. The arms that hit it go numb. The sword bends even more, and the man's lance only moves slightly. The man was just playing with me. He let me hit him once, since I blocked him twice. But I used up my one and only chance for a makeshift attack. That's why he sees no point in fighting me anymore. Okay, Shirou. He was like, he was like, okay, kid. Look, I killed you once, but I'll give you a chance to hit me. And then Shirou like taps him with a toothpick, and this guy's like, all right, now you're dead. He readies his lance again. During that small, unnecessary movement, without looking behind me, I jump out the window. Come on, Shirou, book it, run, run, run. I break the window with my back and roll outside. I roll a few times, get up, and ooh. He swings behind him. He no-scopes Lancer's lance. He deflected his thrust, as I expected. If I jump out the window, he would definitely come after me, and he would kill me before I even get up. Before I could even get up. That's why I expected a fatal blow and swung at it. It was a bold plan, but considering the difference in our skill, could never have been too early. So all I had to do was get up as fast as possible and swing at what was coming behind me. The result was perfect. I won my bet and deflected the man's lance. I quickly regained my balance. Now I have to make it to the shed before he recovers. Uh-oh. The man who supposedly has his lance knocked away comes to me empty-handed and spins and executes a roundhouse kick. I get knocked in the jaw. I get my lights turned out. It keeps giving you guys ads. The scenery flies past me. My battered chest is numb. I cannot breathe. No, what's more surprising is I'm flying. Oh, he gets kicked so hard. He's like 6 feet in the sky. In my dreams, I thought that I would be sent flying by a mere roundhouse kick. I fall to the ground on my back. I hit a wall, come crashing down. He gets slammed so hard, his wind is knocked out, his vision's blurred. He gets up, supporting himself against the wall of his shed. He made it to the shed. Go, Shirou, move! Get in the shed, Shirou. Oh yeah, Lancer's pissed. Because he deflected his lance. And he killed Shirou earlier, and Shirou's back to life, and he's like, alright, kid. You don't get second chances. Anyway, I'll be killed. I'll definitely be killed. The man will be here in a second. If I don't want to die now, I have to get up and face. Holy crap. Can he calm down? I can't even turn around fully. And my collapsing body faces the man's lance. Get in the shed here and get your rifle. I'm saying. How unfortunate. I got lucky as I couldn't hold myself and my knees collapsed. The lance goes over my head and it hits the floor of the shed. Or the door of the shed, opening it. Okay, so basically, Lancer was throwing that shed at him, and then Shirou's knees give out. Knees weak, arms heavy, falls to the floor, dodges it, accidentally. And Lancer's like, bro, come on now. So this is my last chance. If I go in the shed, there'll be something I can use as a weapon. Alright, Shirou, move. I enter the shed on all fours. There. Okay, fatal, inescapable blow is thrust. And I block it. I unroll the poster and make it into a one-time shield. A huge impact. I opened up the poster. The opened up poster did block the lance, but it was not strong enough. It's pierced through and transforms back into its original paper. Oh yeah, Lancer's like, are you kidding me? Why are you still alive? Hit by the impact of the thrust lance, I'm flung to the wall. I fall on my butt and recover myself. When I raise my head and try to find a weapon.
爪だ。今のは割と驚かされたぜ、坊主。
The man is pointing the lance at me. This is it. The man's lance is pointed directly at my heart. I know this. This is a smell of death I felt a few hours ago. Saber, I summon.
しかし、わからねえな。
I don't
起
understand.
点は聞くくせに魔術はからっきしときた。筋はいいようだが、まだ若すぎたか。
I can't hear him. My mind is focused on only on the weapon in front of me. It's only natural because I'll die when that thing is thrust. So everything else is gone from my mind. What else can I think about now that things have ended up
も
like
しや
this?
とは思うが、お前が7人目だったのかもな。ま、
I
だ
want
と
to
して
kill
も
Lancer probably.
これで終わりなんだ。
Yeah. The man's arm moves. The movement I couldn't even see before looks like it's in slow motion. The running silver light. A spearhead moves straight for my heart. It will spill blood in the next second. I know this feeling. Feeling of metal running into me. The taste of blood coming up from my throat. The sense of the world around me disappearing. I felt all of it earlier, and I had to experience it again? Really? I don't understand. Why'd I have to go through this? This is bullshit. I can't accept it. I can't just die here meaninglessly. I was saved. I was saved so I can't die so easily. I have to live and fulfill my obligations. If I die, I can't do that. But the lance will pierce me. The spearhead will cut into my flesh and pierce my heart. It pisses me off. It's ridiculous to kill someone this... yeah. It's ridiculous for me to die so easily. Dying twice in one day, that's ridiculous as well. Damn. Everything is so screwed up. I can't even contain it all, and...
ふざけるな。俺は。
I won't be killed meaninglessly by someone like you. Huh? Truly it
何？
appeared like magic. The blinding light appears from behind me. My mind stops. All I know is that the figure who appeared is a girl. The moment appears. It repels the lance thrust as any heart... it repels the lance thrust at my heart and steps up to the enemy without hesitation.
7人目のサーバントだと。
The man readies his deflected lance, and the girl swings something she's holding. Come on now. Show me. Sparks fly twice. A strong swing. The man hesitates, receiving a heavy blow from the girl. He must have realized he's at a disadvantage as he jumps out of the shed with bestial speed. While keeping her guard up against the man, she quietly turns to me. Oh my god. Take your screenshots, y'all. Take your screenshots. The wind is strong today. The cloud drifts and the moon appears for a brief moment. The silver light that shines into the shed lights up the girl in nightly form. I'm speechless. Not because I'm confused by the sudden turn of events. I'm at a loss of words because... Okay, what? Because this girl's overwhelming beauty. I told Shirou. That's Shirou. That's Sakura. That's Rin. And now you got, random blonde woman in your shed. The girl stares at me emotionlessly with her jewel-like eyes.
あなたが私のマスター。
She says in a valiant voice. I love her voice actress so much. Her voice is so nice. I only repeat back her words. I don't know who she is or what she's talking about. All I know is that this small girl is the same kind of being as the man outside. Oh my god. The girl says nothing and stares at me silently. How can I put this? The figure in front of me is so special that I forget the situation that the man outside could come and attack at any second. It feels like time has stopped just around me. The fear of death has disappeared, and only the girl fills my vision.
サーバントセーバー召喚に従い参上した。マスター指示を。
She speaks again. The instant I hear her words, master and servant. Oh, pain shoots to my left hand. It's like a hot iron has been placed on my hand. I grab my left hand instinctively. That must have been the signal, as the girl quietly nods her
こ
lovely
れより我が
face.
剣はあなたと共にあり、あなたの運命は私と共にある。
Alright, Saber, my fate is with you.
ここに契約は完了した。
Okay.
契約って
What are you talking about? Even I have some knowledge of magic. I understand what that word means. X-Saber. Oh my god, guys. X-Saber's in chat. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. But the girl doesn't answer me. She looks away with the same grace as she did when she nodded. She looks at the door of the shed. There stands the man, his lance ready in his hand. She moves faster than I can blink. The knightly girl leaps out of the shed without hesitation. I get up and follow the girl, even forgetting the pain in my body. There's no way that girl will be a match for him. Even armored like that, she's a girl smaller than... Oh. My words are silenced by the sound. He's like, oh, okay. She's kind of strong. I can't believe my eyes. This time my head really goes blank. I wish they showed it. What is she? The sound of weapons. The moon is hidden behind clouds, and the yard has returned to its original darkness. In it, sparks are born from steel hitting steel. The lance-wielding man wordlessly attacks the girl, who jumped out of the shed. But the girl parries the blow of the lance and knocks away all the following attacks, driving the man back with every blow. Uh-oh, the music's kicking in. Can't believe it. The girl called Saber's overpowering that man. Come on, Saber, lock in. The battle's begun. What happened between me and him wasn't a battle. A battle's a fight between two people who can kill each other. Whatever difference in skills, if each has a way to kill the other, then you call it a battle. Their fight is a battle in that sense too. The man's lance that I couldn't even see is thrown with even more power, but the girl parries it with the thing in her hands and closes in on the man. The man retreats a bit. He holds his lance vertically to protect his ribs as the girl goes for him. She's going nuts. She's going crazy. For a moment, the man's lance glows. It was a blow like an explosion, and I guess it really was one. The instant the man blocks the thing the girl's holding, the lance in his hand glows as if electrified. The man, even I, can tell what that is. That is a force of magical energy so strong that it's visible. In each of the girl's blows, there's a terrible amount of magical energy. That outrageous amount of magical energy is penetrating the opponent's weapon just by touching it. Such a thing. It would take such a force just to block it. If you think of the man's lance as an accurate sniper rifle, the blows of the girl are like those of a powerful shotgun. Every time the girl swings, the yard is filled with light. But that isn't what's overpowering the man. The man complains while avoiding the girl's fierce attacks. The girl doesn't answer, but only attacks with even more with the thing in her hands. The man retreats, not even a chance for a counterattack, because the girl's weapon is invisible. As he cannot sense her range, it would be careless to attack recklessly. Come on, Saber. Yes, it is invisible. The girl definitely has something in her hand, but you can't see what shape it is, nor how long it is. You can't tell anything about it. Perhaps it's totally invisible, as it does not even show up when sparks fly from them. Come on, keep the pressure up, Saber, come on. The man must be having a hard time defending against it, as if his moves aren't sharp. And the girl lets out a voice for the first time. She swings her weapon with more fury. A storm of swings without pause. The flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith hitting iron. The lance-wielding man blocks him, clucking his tongue. I must say I admire his skills even though he tried to kill me. The man's blocking invisible blows, watching only the opponent's legs and arms. But that's it. You only need to beat down someone who's gone defensive. As if to say so, the girl stepped even closer to the man and delivers a blow with all her might, as if smashing him down. He must see this as his opportunity as the man disappears. No, he jumped back, making it look like he disappeared. The girl's blows cuts through the air and destroys the ground, kicking up dust. The blow is a final one. It was easily dodged. I can tell even from a distance. I don't know about the careful blows from before, but such a big blow won't be able to touch that man. Even that man's body must have been straining under all those attacks. But he suppressed it for an instant and jumped away, as if this blow will determine the victor. The man who jumped back several meters jumps as soon as he lands, as if reversing his retreat, jumps at the girl. In contrast, the girl has her sword in the ground. That opening is irrecoverable. The red lance returns in less than a second, and the girl twirls her body with the sword. It's still in the ground. So the content lasts less than a second. The man sees his mistake and tries to hold back, while the girl uses her body to execute her... Execute her blow. Did she hit? The man is blown away, and the girl who blew him away both seem discontent. They each launch their blows to kill the other. Even if they allowed them to escape immediate danger, they were worthless. Their distance opens. The two stare at each other silently. Saber's voice is like... It's like medicine to me.
わざわざ死にに来るか。それは構わんが、その前に一つだけ聞かせろ。貴様の宝具、それは剣か。
The man glares as if staring right into her heart.
さあどうかな。
Oh, she's got swag.
旋風かもしれぬし、双剣かもしれぬ。いや、もしや弓かもしれんぞ、ランサー。
She's like, I don't know. You tell me. Perhaps it's really funny for him. The man, the one called Lancer, lowers his lance. It looks like he's indicating that he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl puzzled by Lancer's action. The girl's puzzled by Lancer's action, but I know that stance. It was used in the fight a few hours ago in the schoolyard. It's the fatal move that was supposed to have ended the show.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがな。お互い初見だしよ。ここらで分けって気はないか。悪い話じゃないだろう。そら、あそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし、俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときた。ここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが。
断る。あなたはここで倒れろ。
Talk to him! Talk to him, Saber!
そうかよ。たく、こっちはもともと様子見が目的だったんだぜ。サーバントが出たとあっちゃ長居する気はなかったんだが。
Show him a lot. Teach him, Saber. Uh-oh. It seems like the air around them distorted. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill runs through the air that moment. It's exactly like back then. The magical energy rumbles in a whirlpool, centered on that lance.
Hog.
The girl readies her apparent sword and glares at the enemy in front of her. The girl facing the enemy knows better than I how dangerous he is. Uh-oh.
じゃあな、その心臓もらい受ける。
The beast jumps. Lancer instantly appears in front of the girl as if teleported and thrusts his lance at the girl's feet. It was a bad move, even to my eyes. With the lance already lowered, it wouldn't be effective to aim low at the girl. To prove my point, the girl jumps over the lance and moves forward to slash Lancer away. At that moment, with the words themselves charged with magical energy, the lance thrusts at the girl's feet, rushes towards her heart. Uh-oh. Her body rises into the air. The girl's driven up into the air by the blow of the lance, and she crashes down. No, lands on the ground. She ate that. Come on, Saber. She's bleeding. The girl who hasn't received a scratch so far is bleeding badly from her chest.
いや、今のは因果の逆転か。
Come on, Saber. You got this. I'm surprised too. Now, since I saw it from a distance, I can tell better than her that the attack just now was a strange one. The lance was definitely aimed at her feet, but it suddenly changed its course, moving strangely in an impossible direction and pierced the girl's heart. But the lance itself has not grown or bent. It looks so natural that it makes one think that the lance was already in her heart, and for that reason it's strange. It's not as simple as the lance changing its course and piercing her heart. The lance did not change its course, but changed the means so that it would do so. The lance thrust with the name carried the result of piercing her heart as a premise. In other words, the process and the result were reversed. As long as there was a result of the lance piercing her heart, the course of the lance was merely something added later to prove the fact. An evil thorn that breaks through all defenses, a lance that pierces the heart every time it's used, a weapon that determines your fate just by its use. How can anyone block such a ridiculous attack? However, the enemy tries to dodge it. The lance will pierce their heart without fail. That's why this move is fatal. A cursed lance that always pierces the opponent with one thrust. But the girl has evaded it by a small margin. She dodged an undodgeable attack. That's why she's my GOAT. She dodged an undodgeable attack. Come on now. She's wounded, but it was not a fatal blow. In a sense, her actions were more impossible than the lance. The instant the lance was thrust, she turned and jumped back with all her might, as if she knew this was going to happen. Either she had incredible luck or divine protection to nullify the curse of the lance. Either way, she had avoided a fatal blow and sullied the lance's name. The girl catches her breath. The blood that was running so much has stopped, and even her stabbed wound is healing. I guess that's extraordinary. I knew she wasn't normal, but still, that's too strange. Like her skills to fight against Lancer, the incredible magical energy in each of her blows. Like her body, it heals by itself. The girl clearly surpasses Lancer, but that was only up to now. Even if it's healing, her wound is deep. If Lancer attacks now, she'll be defeated without being able to defend herself. But with this overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He glares at the girl, grinding his teeth so hard that I can hear it. He's pissed. He's just wasted his ult. A voice that seems to echo from the ground. Airurando. Sorry. I can't. Lancer frowns. His hostility disappears, and he clucks his tongue in annoyance.
こいつを出すからには必殺でなけりゃやばいってのにな。まったく有名すぎるのも考えものだ。
The pressure goes away. Lancer doesn't even attack at the wounded girl, and simply turns his back and moves to the edge of the yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。
Yeah, Saber's built different.
交わされたのなら帰ってこい。なんて抜かしやがる。
See you, Lancer. Goodbye.
逃げるのか、ランサー。
Uh-oh, Saber still wants to fight.
追ってくるのなら構わんぞ、セイバー。ただし、その時は決死の覚悟を抱いてこい。
With one bound, Lancer easily jumps over the wall and disappears.
待て、ランサー。
The wounded girl starts running to pursue the enemy.
バカかいぜ。
Baka! Kaise! I run through the yard with all my strength. The girl will go after him if I don't stop her instantly. But there was no need for that. When the girl tries to jump over the wall, she clutches her chest and stops. I run to her and stare at her. No, I try to approach her to call her out, but I forget about the instant I come near her. To put it simply, everything about her is absurd. Now that I'm near her, I I can tell that the thing shining, the shining armor she wears is really heavy. The old-fashioned cloth is smooth and a vivid blue. No, that isn't what fascinates me. The girl who seems to be a few years younger than me is beautiful. Okay, she's younger than Saber. Or, she's younger than Shirou. I never could gauge her age. Especially the way that just makes Gilgamesh more of a creep. That's so gross. The golden hair lit by the moonlight is finely textured, as if sprinkled with gold dust. The face, with some sign of naivete, has elegance, and her white skin looks soft. This guy is fallen in love, and honestly, I'm the same way. Huh? What? I can't call out to her because I'm fascinated by her beauty, and also for another reason. Well, she looks younger than Shirou, but she's not. Okay, that makes sense. Basically, yes. Okay, she looks young for her age. Because doesn't she have a son? Doesn't she have a son at this point? You know, the son, or daughter, I guess, technically. Right there on the left. Because seeing the girl fighting and getting hurt somehow made me mad. All the while, I'm fascinated with her. The girl has her hand on her chest. But that ends quickly. The girl lets her chest go and looks up as if the pain has gone away. She stares directly at me. I'm not sure how I should talk to her, but I noticed something about her. Even though I missed her heart, the lance stabbed in her chest. But she's unscathed. I've heard of healing magics, but I didn't see her using anything like that. So that must mean even if she gets wounded, she automatically heals. Then my brain switches gear. This is no time to be fascinated by her. She's a strange being. I can't let my guard down until I know what she is. I mean, yeah, but the Pendragon family is so messed up that no amount of Grail can fix that. Honestly, yeah. Like, who's Saber's father? I think in this series, well, I guess in the original Excalibur story, a dragon is involved, but I think in this series they I don't even know. Anyway. Saber servantです。
あなたが私を呼び出したのですから、確認をするまでもないでしょう。
セイバーのサーバント。
He sounds beat. Saber.
私のことはセーバー。
Servant. Yes, so please call me Saber. She replies without hesitation. Her tone is polite yet gentle, and just hearing it makes my head go blank. Hey, what am I getting excited about?
そうか。変な名前だな。
I hide my burning face with my hand and reply really stupidly. I don't know what else to say. I wouldn't know of any such things to say, since I asked her name. Isn't it natural for her to introduce herself? In that case, it would be impolite to stay silent like this.
俺はシロ。エミヤシロって言ってこの家の人間だ。
What am I doing? Are my answers getting stupider? But she told me her name, so I should answer too. I know I'm confused right now, but I have to be polite no matter who it is. The girl, Saber, just stares at me without changing her expression. This guy's fumbling the bag, by the way. She's like, oh, so you're like a weirdo, right?
しかし、それでもあなたは私のマスターです。契約を交わした以上、あなたを裏切りはしない。
Crap. I can hear her words, but they make no sense to me. All I know is she's calling me with a ridiculous word. Calling me a ridiculous word like master. He's told me so bad it makes you look, honestly. Actually, no, I don't even know how I would react if Saber was staring at me like this. Mind you, the moonlight is making her hair and skin glow. You get you get friend zone the moment you speak. Honestly, that's real. Yeah, I'd be like, Saber, were you hungry? Did you want to grab dinner? She's like, yeah, sure, bro. Oh, bro. Gotcha.
それではシロと。ええ、私としては この発音の方が好ましい。
Oh, she likes the name Shirou. As soon as she says my name, I think my face lit up on fire. He's blushing like crazy. Shouldn't you call someone by their last name on a first meeting?
ちょっと待て。なんだってそっちの方。
Yeah, that'd be my first word too. Yeah. Saber, you want food? Yeah, she. I bet if you like, if you met Saber on the street and you're like, even if you looked weird and you had food, she'd probably eat it. Pain suddenly runs through my left hand. It's burning. I have a gif or gif of Saber Alter chowing down food. I need to put that in the corner, in that bottom corner that's like kind of empty. The back of my hand is burning. My hand feels like it's in a fire. It's in a strange mark that looks like a tattoo.
それは霊樹と呼ばれるものです、シロ。
Thanks, Saber.
私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。
お前。
Before I can finish, are you? The air around her changes.
シロ、傷の治療を。
She speaks in a cold voice. It seems her attention is on something far away behind the wall, not on me.
待て。まさか俺に言ってるのか。悪いけど、そんな難しい魔術は知らないし。
She's like,
もう治ってるじゃないか。
she's like, okay, now heal me, please. And he's like, oh, that's like a level 2 magic spell. I'm not even level 1 yet. Sorry. Yeah, she's like, all right, cool. I think I said something really wrong there.
ではこのままで臨みます。自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘ならば支障はないでしょう。
She's goaded. She'll take care of it.
あと一度って。
外の敵は2人。
There are 2 enemies
この
outside.
程度の重圧なら数秒で倒し得る相手です。
I know, she's like, yeah, the fight's done. Come on, heal me. What are you waiting for? That whole conversation, she was like, okay, are you gonna heal me? Saying so, Saber jumps lightly, just like Lance, so she leaps over the wall and disappears. I'm left alone in the yard. As soon as I say it out loud, I realize what it means. Chotomate! My body starts to move. Without thinking, I run to the gate with full force. Dang! I run to the gate. He's just breathing, so I run to the gate, unlock it with my trembling hands. I search through the dark. The moon is hidden now of all times. It's completely dark, but I hear something nearby. I run to the small road with no sign of anyone on it. It all happens in an instant. Saber's confronting a familiar guy in red. Saber runs at the man in red without hesitation. Takes his guard down with one blow and... Saber's cute. I know the art is so adorable. I have more. There's more photos of them in outfit swaps. Actually, I'll put one out there in the next stream. Easily flashes the man in red. Saber raises her arm to finish him off. But right before the man in red's neck is slashed, he disappears as a magical power... Wow. A powerful magic is cast. Saber doesn't stop. She dashes to the person behind the man in red and easily cuts off the large spell the person launches. I knew she was strong, but this is overwhelming. The spell right now was at a level of intervention magic that I can't even compare with. Father could use one as strong as that, but to cast a natural intervention of that power instantly, I don't think even a first class magist could do that. But Saber nullified even that master class magic. She's kind of the goat, Shirou. You gotta learn. The enemy must be a magist. And the match is decided right there. The magist's attack are no use against Saber. She mercilessly attacks the magist. The sound of someone falling backwards. The magist has miraculously dodged Saber's blow, but the enemy cannot move. Saber corners the enemy and points her invisible sword. My mind freezes, probably because the moon lights up the scene for an instant. I can tell that the figure Saber's pointing at is human. I can't tell who it is, but the image of Saber killing someone and getting splattered blood pops into my head. Saber moves. She'll pierce the enemy's throat with the thing in her hand.
Saber!
Stop, Saber! I scream as loud as I can. Her sword stops. Thank God I can't see her sword. The end of her invisible sword isn't wet with the enemy's blood.
やめろ。頼むからやめてくれ。
I address her, glaring, preparing myself to do my best to stop her.
なぜ止めるのですシロ。彼女はアーチャーのマスターです。ここで仕留めておかなければ。
No, Saber has no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I said so. She's ready to bring her sword down any time.
だから待てって。人のことをマスターだとか言ってるけど、こっちは点でわからないんだ。俺をそんな風に呼ぶんなら、
I know Archer
少しは
got
説明する
cooked.
のが筋ってもんだろう。
It's insane how strong Saber is. Like, she comes out swinging. She just showed up like 10 minutes ago. And she's swinging with everybody. Oh, she's pissed. Saber doesn't answer. She only stares at me in
順
silence.
番が違うだろう、セイバー。俺はまだお前が何なのか知らない。けど、話してくれるなら聞くから、そんなことはやめてくれ。
Saber is silent. Still pointing her sword. Ugh. Still pointing her sword at the fallen enemy. She looks at me discontently.
そんなこととはどのようなことか。あなたはむやみに人を傷つけるな。などという理想論を挙げるのですか。
Not hurting anyone unnecessarily. Well, it is true that we should avoid fights as much as possible. But I'm not so good-natured as to release someone who came in to attack me.
つまりあなたは
Yeah, Saber says already you for everything. That's literally her.
そのような言葉
She'd
に
probably
従
beat
い
up
ません。
Shirou
敵は倒
for
すの
telling
で
her
す
to stop. She'd be like,
それでもやめ
you
ろ
want
と
me
言
to
う
stop
ので
fighting? Okay, I got some for you.
令状を持って私を律しなさい。
Oh, she's like, alright, you want me to stop fighting? Use that command spell then. I bet you won't.
いや、そんなことっていうのはお前のことだ。
Oh, he's like, girls
女の
shouldn't
子
be
が剣な
swinging
んて振り回
swords.
すもんじゃない。怪我をしてるならなおさらだろう。って、そっか。本当に剣を持ってるかどうかはわからないんだっけ。あ、いや、とにかくそういうの
Dude,
はダ
you
メ
hear
だ。
him talking? He's struggling. She's like, what did you just say to me? Saber looks dumbfounded as if taken aback. How long were we standing like that?
ね、いつになったら剣を下げてくれるのかしらね、セイバーさんは。
She beats up Shirou, puts him in the kitchen, and makes him cook. Yes, she would put him in that apron he wears, spank him, put him in the kitchen. She's like 3 meals a day, plus snack time and dessert. And he's like, yes, ma'am. He gets cooking immediately. The figure on the ground suddenly speaks. Saber suddenly concentrates her attention on the sword.
諦めなさい。敵を前にして下げる剣はありません。
あなたのマスターは下げろって言ってるのに。へえ、セイバーともあろうサーバントが主に逆らうって言うんだ。
Saber grits her teeth. But Saber lowers her sword and relaxes. Saber hostility disappears, so she must have put away her sword as well.
さあ、なら立ってもいいのよね、私。
The one on the ground stands up. She looks shameless, brushing her rear. Hey, wait a second! That sulky person is definitely... What?
お前、遠坂。
Oh my, Tohsaka.
ええ、
Nah, bro, it's 5 meals a day
Konbanwa,
plus constant snacks with a British tea. Oh. Yeah. She's like, if it was Saber Alter, she'd be like, all right, where's breakfast? She was like, you just ate an hour ago. Why do you want more food? She's like, did I ask for your opinion? I said, where's breakfast? Tohsaka Rin replies with a big smile. That gets me. If she greets me normally like that, everything that happened up to now seems like a dream then. You know, my head's about to explode. Jeez, how easy would things be if it did?
いや、だからさっきの魔術は遠坂が使ったってことだから、つまり
魔術師ってことでしょ。まあ、お互い似たようなもんだし、隠す必要もないわよね。
This guy is stressing. Ugh. When she replies clearly like that, it makes me seem stupid for asking.
いいから話は中でしましょう。どうせ何も分かってないんでしょ、エミヤ君は。
So, saying she walks toward the entrance.
待て遠坂、何考えてんだお前。
I should definitely save the game at this point. I haven't saved since before we met Saber. Okay. And then she turns, and the smile on her face isn't like the previous one.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。エミヤ君、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
She glares at me.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか。エミヤ君のお家にね。
Yeah, exactly. She, she probably has like snacks in her bed. She probably has like a bunch of snacks hidden everywhere in the house, and so if she's like home alone, she like under the couch cushion or the futon, under the futon, she's got like a bag of chips or something. Tohsaka goes through the gate. She probably like takes Shirou's money and goes into town and eats at like eats at 2 cafes before heading back home to eat like lunch with everybody. It's only natural. She had a sword pointing at her until now. She was almost killed. Is it just my imagination, or is she totally unlike how she seems at school? So, I'm in a strange situation. In front of me is a school's #1 idol, whom I admire, Tohsaka Rin. And following silently behind me is Saber, who calls herself a servant. So he's got 2 of his crushes in the same room, the same hallway, in his house. Oh, the hallway suddenly feels like a different dimension. Yeah, my headcanon is every time Shirou refuses to feed Saber, she turns into Salter until she... Actually, I believe it. I believe it. I can't be a coward forever. I'm a magus, even if I'm just an amateur. Tohsaka Rin, a magus just like me, is acting so fearlessly, so I have to act firmly too. But I can only work out a few things. First, about Saber, who's following me. I'm sure that she's some kind of familiar, because she calls me master and I've made a contract with her. I hear that a familiar is some kind of assistant for a magus. Most magi transfer part of their body into something and summon it as another self. For the other self, a magus usually uses a small animal. That's simply because it's easier to take over the mind of something like a cat or a dog. Some magi use a human as their familiar, but they need enough magical energy to restrain a human at all times if they do such a thing. I know, she did. She ripped off her ahoge and it grows right back. It can grow right. That was the funniest bit I'd ever seen in my entire life. I'm gonna rewatch that after this. It was the funniest. Like, I didn't know she was gonna do it. She just rips it off. It's so funny. But if one constantly uses enough magical energy to control someone, it would take most of the magical energy to sustain the familiar. But that'd be putting the cart before the horse. A familiar is something that assists the magus. To reduce the burden on the magus, it is commonly accepted that small animals are most suitable. I know the sound I need to download that sound effect and play it every time Saber appears. That was hilarious.
何かあるのですか、シロ？
ああ、いや、なんでもない。
He's probably like in this situation, they're walking, and then he probably like stood still for like a minute straight, and he's like blankly, like vaguely staring at Saber, and she's like, "What's wrong?" Saber looks human no matter how you look at her. She's clearly superior to me, her master. I don't have the magical energy to control such a person, and more than that, I don't have the magical circuit to summon a familiar. So Saber must be something rather unlike a familiar. She said she's a servant. I don't know what that is, but I think the man called Lancer and the man in red with Tohsaka were the same thing. Then it must be that Tohsaka is also called a master. I just saw her with magic skills. If I'm worth half a magus, she's worth about 3 magi. Though, of course, there's no point in comparing me to other magi when I can only use strengthening magic. Yeah, once again, Kiritsugu comes in with a clutch. Oh yeah. Anyway, Tohsaka is an amazing magus. In any spiritually superior land is a family of magi that looks after that land. The Emiya family only came to this land in Kiritsugu's generation, so we're just strangers. That's why I didn't know the Tosakas were magi, and I didn't think Tohsaka knew that the Emiyas were a family of magi either. There are several magi in this town that I don't know about. If Lancer's a familiar of another magus in this town, then does that mean that I stuck my head into a conflict between magi?
へえ、結構広いのね。和風っていうのも新鮮だな。あ、エミヤくん、そこが今？
How long is this episode? My god. Saying so, Tohsaka goes into the living room. Let's stop thinking for now. Let's just listen to Tohsaka's story. Oh, we're still going? Gotcha. I turn the lights on. It's already past 1 in the morning.
寒っ。何よ、窓ガラス全開してるじゃない。
仕方ないだろう。ランサーってやつに襲われたんだ。なりふり構ってられなかったんだよ。
ああ、そういうこと。じゃあセイバーを呼び出すまで一人であいつとやり合ってたの？
やり合ってなんかない。ただ一方的にやられただけだ。
Not Shirou, give it. Come on, you made the poster, the steel poster. You put some work in. Come
変
on
な
now.
見え張らないんだ。そっかそっか。ほんと見た目通りなんだ、エミヤくんって。
Tohsaka walks over to the broken window. Tohsaka takes a piece of the shattered glass, takes a look at it, and minute before Schweissen. What's Schweissen? She cuts the tip of her finger and drops a bit of blood onto the glass. What kind of magic is this? She shattered the glass. The shattered glass combines on its own and restores itself in a matter of seconds.
大阪、今の
ちょっとしたデモンストレーションよ。
Look at her
助けても
grinning.
らったお礼にはならないけど、
Look at her
一応筋は通しておかないとね。
Yeah, you did a little parlor trick. Shirou can do it too if he wanted.
私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ。本当なら窓ガラスなんて取り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
She says so as if it's something natural. But needless to say, her skills are beyond my understanding.
いや、すごいぞトーサカ。俺はそんなことできないからな。直してくれて感謝してる。
できないってそんなことないでしょ。
Now she's like, everybody can do this, Shirou.
ガラスの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんてどこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
そうなのか。俺は親父にしか教わったことがないから、そういう基本とか処方とか知らないんだ。
は？
Huh? Tohsaka freezes. Damn it! Seems I said something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤ君は自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
いや、工房なんて持ってないぞ。俺。
Yeah. So if this was like Minecraft, if this was like Minecraft, Rin, full diamond set. She's working towards netherite. Shirou doesn't even know what a crafting table is. Well, I do have the shed as my training area, but I think Tohsaka would get mad if I called that my
まさ
workshop.
かとは思うけど確認しとく。もしかしてあなた5大要素の扱いとかパスの作り方も知らない？
I honestly admit, I don't know. Wow, that's scary. She's so beautiful usually, so she looks pretty scary now.
何？じゃああなた素人？
そんなことないぞ。一応強化の魔術ぐらいは使える。
強化ってまたなんとも半端なのを使うのね。で、それ以外はからっきしってわけ
Tohsaka glares at me.
端的に言えば、多分。
Her glare makes my answer vague.
はあ、なんだってこんなやつに
Why did Saber get summoned to a guy like She sighs. This is my favorite part about this fate route is everybody says Shirou is such a doo-doo mage. Like he's awful. It's so funny. It makes me mad. I've been playing around. I know I'm an amateur, but I don't think it matters right now.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。
そんなことより今は借りを返さないと。
Tohsaka takes a breath.
それじゃあ話を始めるけど、エミヤくん、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。
Is she gonna yap? I nod.
やっぱり。
I wonder if I should save this for the next episode.
一応確認しとかないと
Like
ね。
the next live stream, because I
知
still
ってる
am
相手に
so
説明す
hungry.
るなんて心の贅肉だし。
I think it was a weird phrase, but I stay quiet as I think she'll beat me up if I make fun of her now.
率直に言うと、エミヤくんはマスターに選ばれたの。どちらかの手に精魂があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか、個人差はあるけど、3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証。
We're on day
手の甲
1. Day 1.
そう。
Yep.
それはサーバントを律する呪文でもあるから解説にね。
Saber got summoned. For us, she got summoned an hour ago. For these guys, it was like 10 minutes ago.
ある限りってどういうことだよ。
霊樹は絶対命令権なの。サーバントには自由意志があるって気づいていると思うけど、それをねじ曲げて絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印。発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊樹を使用するって思えば発動するから。ただし1回使うたびに1つずつ減っていくから、使うのなら2回だけにとどめなさい。で、その霊樹がなくなったらエミヤ君は殺されるだろうから。
俺が殺される？
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには。
Sorry. Hold on. I don't understand what Tohsaka's talking about at all. Like the part about masters killing other masters, and the part where the winner gets a holy grail. What does she mean? Wait, does she mean that holy grail?
まだわからない。要するにね、あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれたのよ。
Calling it a game is
7
crazy.
人のマスターの生存競争。他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
Tohsaka states so as if it is the most natural thing in the world. That phrase swirls in my head. I've been chosen as a master. Tohsaka says she is a master. Familiars call it the Serpent, and a battle to the death between other magi called the Holy Grail War.
なんだそれ。いきなり何言ってんだお前。
気持ちはわかるけど、私は事実を口にするだけよ。それにあなただって心の底では理解してるんじゃない？一度ならず二度までもサーバントに殺されかけて、自分はもう逃げられない立場なんだって。
That's certainly. I was almost killed by that Lancer guy, but
あ、違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて殺されたんだっけ。よく生き返ったわね、エミヤ君。
Tohsaka's comment finishes me off. That's right. That guy killed me, and I certainly died. No excuse nor negotiation was possible. I was just someone who had to be killed. So, even if I do deny this battle to the death that I cannot understand, the others in it will not withdraw.
納得した？ならもう少しだけ話をしてあげる。
Rin, keep the
聖杯
yapping
戦
to
争
a
というの
minimum,
が何
please.
であるか私もよくは知らない。ただ何十年に一度7人のマスターが選ばれ、マスターにはそれぞれサーバントが与えられるってことだけは確かよ。私もマスターに選ばれた一人だから、サーバントと契約したし、あなただってセーバーと契約した。サーバントは聖杯戦争を勝ち残るために聖杯が与えた使い魔と考えなさい。で、マスターである私たちは自分のサーバントと協力して他のマスターを始末していくわけね。
Tohsaka's description is too brief for me to understand, but there's one thing I do wonder about.
ちょっと待ってくれ。トーサカはセイバーを使い魔だって言うけど、俺にはそうは思えない。だって使い魔っていうのは猫とか鳥だろ。そりゃ人の幽霊を扱うやつもいるって言うけど、セイバーはちゃんと体がある。
Oh, whoops. He talked about this in the hallway. He looks at Saber. Saber's quietly listening to our conversation. She looks just like a human being. I don't know her identity, but she looks like a girl about my age. Just having a girl like that near me is more than enough, so I don't get it when she tells me that Saber is a familiar. And besides, my heart is pounding right now. Why is it pounding, Shirou? Is it because you have two girls?
まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど、位置づけは段違いよ。何しろそこにいる彼女はね、使い魔としては最強とされるゴーストライナーなんだから。
Ghost Liner? That's actually the first time I've heard that.
ゴーストライナー。じゃあやっぱり幽霊ってことか。
A human ghost that stopped living a long time ago. New visual novel fan. Let's go. Yep. My first time reading. It's really funny. The remaining minds of those with strong abilities who remain in this world even after they die. But that doesn't make sense. Archer's probably like at home, making tea. At Rin's house, you know. A ghost doesn't have a body. A ghost can only be hurt by ghosts. So, as I have a body, a ghost shouldn't be able to kill me.
幽霊。似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと一緒にしたらセイバーに殺されるわよ。サーバントは受肉した過去の英雄、精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。
はあ？受肉した過去の英雄。
What's my history with the series?
過去だろうが現代だろうが。とにかく
on my
死亡した
channel, I
伝説上の
reviewed
英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね。
as much as the animes I've seen. So, my only knowledge of Fate is through the anime and a little bit of Grand Order Gacha game. I've watched the 2006 anime. I'm watching Limited Blade Works, all the Heaven's Feel movies, Carnival Phantasm, Grand Carnival, Apocrypha, and Fate Zero. So I know a good chunk. But I'm getting the context, or not the context, I'm getting the real story from the source. Because I know the Fate route, the first route, wasn't properly adapted in anime. So I'm trying to see what I'm missing out on. Oh yeah, Archer's always thinking of killing himself. I look over at Saber. Then she's a heroine from the past too. Well, it's true that nobody would dress like that now, but still. Yeah, I watched Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Feel and played from Grand Order. Yeah. The Heaven's Feel movies are so good. Oh, I also watched the cooking show. Today's Menu with the Emiya family. I love that show, and I love the Heaven's Feel movies. I also love Carnival Phantasm. It's hilarious.
じゃあサーバントは幽霊とは違うのか。
違うわ。
Was that
人
Mr.
間であれ動物であれ機械であれ
Mr. Inu Hanyu?
偉大な功績を残すと
Are
輪
you a
廻の
big
輪から
Fate?
外さ
Oh,
れ
wait,
て
I can see the
一段階上に昇華するって話
Saber
聞いたことない？
Prophetic. Can I have the name for that show? The show is Today's Menu with the Emiya family in English, but I think the Japanese name is it's like Gohan to Emiya-san or something like that. Oh, whoopsie.
英霊っていうのはそういう連中よ。
Oh, Emiya-sanchi no Kyo no Gohan. But yeah.
要するに崇め立て祀られ
I'd
て
argue that all the
二次的な神
adaptations
様
have
になった者
significant
たちなんで
chunk
しょう
with
ね。
Unlimited Blade Works, but the least relatively impacted. So it's
高
great
齢
you're
術
doing
と
this.
か口
Hopefully
寄
the
せとか
Steam release will get
そ
more
ういう
people
一
to try
般
it.
的な霊を扱う魔術は
Yeah, I heard they're
彼らの
releasing it
力
on
の一部
Steam
を借り受け
or on
て奇
PC.
跡を起こすでしょ。
And so you don't have to, do this weird method of obtaining this copy, which I totally got
けどこのサーバントっていうのは英
legally.
霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔にする。
But yeah, I wanted to get the real story because I love
だ
Fate
から
so much.
基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど必要とあれば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ。
But yeah, I mean, any adaptation, like even movies that take off movie
霊体と
adaptations
実
of books.
体を使い分けられるってことか。トーサカのサーバントは姿が見えない
Yeah,
けど
movies that adapt from books, they still lose stuff. So it's good to get like all the information. And I know one of the biggest arguments for reading this is because you get the inner thoughts of the characters. Unlimited Blade Works being the least relatively impacted. Ironically, I didn't like Unlimited Blade Works. I liked Heaven's Feel and the Fate Route more than Unlimited Blade Works, but I hear a lot of people like Unlimited Blade Works. She's just yapping. For those who are wondering what servants are, if they're ghosts or familiars, they're their own thing. They're like Pokemon. That's how they should be described. I think they're like Pokemon. Tohsaka's explanation irritates me for some reason. She calls them monsters, but I don't know about the other servants. I don't want her to talk about Saber like that. He's like, don't talk about a girl like that. He's calling Saber a monster? Look at her. Alright? That ain't no monster. Yeah, the anime Shirou often comes off as an arrogant kid. In Unlimited Blade Works, the anime, I definitely didn't like his characterization in that one. I loved his characterization in Heaven's Feel. Yeah, I heard the visual novel, like, he's like cool. He's like really cool in the visual novel. Tohsaka says so, and now turns to Saber. Yeah, I think yeah. Servants are basically Pokemon. You can put them away when you want to. You can throw them out in battle to fight. They have a super attack. What else? They can't evolve technically. But you can use Pokemon as pets or for battle. You can use servants as buddies or for battle. They have magical ability. They're basically the same thing when you think about it. And the Holy Grail War is the Pokemon League. Oh, you're right. Grand Order you can if you level up. If you do Ascension and like Palingenesis, that's what they call it. Tohsaka clenches her fist with anger. Oh yeah, because in the prologue she was like, I need Saber, I need Saber. That's me when I'm playing Grand Order. Is when I play Grand Order, I'm like always wishing for Saber. I'm like, I need Saber, I need her, and I don't get her. To be fair, Nasu he wrote the original concept for Fate in high school. Actually, that makes sense. I can see it. I've written stories in high school, aka 6 months ago. I've written stories. That are kind of insane. Do you have any more questions? She doesn't realize it. Her honor student image from school crumbles inside of me. Good going, Issei. Tohsaka certainly shows no openings, just like a devil. Oh, we gotta see Kotomine, I think. Tohsaka suddenly says something strange. He wrote this in high school. That's kind of funny. That actually puts it in better context now. And here's a D&D head. Yeah, you could tell. With like knights. You don't write a story about knights. You don't write a story about knights unless you're like a fantasy nerd. 6 months ago, you feel old. If it makes you feel worse, technically, I got out of high school. Like I graduated in August. No, I graduated in May. Sorry, graduated in May. So it was just June, July, June, May, June, July. Yeah, it was like 2 months ago. Actually, it's like 2 months. Sorry about that. It's 2 months ago, not 6 months ago. But yeah. It's just that a lot of things happened today, so I want to have a rest and think about them.
何？行かないの？もうエミヤ君がそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
Tohsaka asks Saber.
ちょっと待て、セイバーは関係ないだろう。あんまり無理強いするな。
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。
そんなことあるか。ただ遠坂の言うのが本当なら、セイバーは昔の英雄なんだろ。ならこんな現代に呼び出されて右も左もわからないはずだ。だから
シロ、それは違う。サーバントは人間の世であるのなら、あらゆる時代に適応します。
ね、知ってるって。
She was like,
もちろんこの時代に呼び出されたのも一度ではありませんから。
uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not
嘘。
not the first
どんな
time.
確率よそれ。
Guys, what does she mean by that? Hey, Tohsaka's surprised too. So that must mean Saber said something incredible.
シロ、私は彼女に賛成です。あなたはマスターとして知識がなさすぎる。あなたと契約したサーバントとしてシロには強くなってもらわなければ困ります。
Saber stares at me silently. It's a gentle stare that's worried not for herself but for
分
me.
かった。行けばいいんだろ。行け。で、それってどこなんだ、遠坂。ちゃんと帰ってこれる場所なんだろうな。
もちろん。行き先は隣町の琴峰教会。そこがこの戦いを監督してるエセ神父の居所よ。
Tohsaka makes an evil smile. It looks like she's having fun dragging me around while I don't know anything. Must be prejudice, but I'm begging to feel like there's a problem with her personality. We walk through nighttime town. It's past 1 in the morning and there's no one out this time. Graduated 07. I saw the dean say night the year before through fan subs. As long as it's a truly different era. Technically, I saw Tsukihime's anime in 05 as my first thing, but I don't count that. Okay, thank you for saying that. Because people were clowning me in my video. They're like, Tsukihime doesn't have an anime, so I don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, I'm pretty sure there is. But you graduated in 07?
だって電車もバスも
I
終
was
わってる
born
でし
in
ょ。
06.
いいんじゃないたまには夜の散歩っていうのも。
Me and Fate Stay Night, Dean, Studio Dean.
そうか。
We're the same age, basically.
一応聞くけど、隣町までどのくらいかかるか知ってるか？
Honestly, guys, I don't know how long this this chapter is of the game. I expected to end it like an
遅く
hour
なったら
ago.
帰りはタクシーでも拾えばいいで
You're
しょ。
born in 02?
そんな余分な金は使わないし、俺が言いたいのは女の子が
That's
夜で
crazy.
歩くのはどうかってことだ。最近物騒なのは知ってるだろ？
Yeah, no, I start college for the first time in like a month.
安心しなさい。相手がどんなやつだろうとちょっかいなんて出してこないわ。
She's right. Whoever it is, if someone attacks her, they'll be counteracted viciously.
リン、
She's in
シ
the...
ロは今何を言いたかったのでしょう。私には理解できなかったのですが。
いや、大した勘違いっぷりっていうか、大間抜けっていうか。なんでも私たちが痴漢に襲われたら、
It's funny because Shirou is just so much weaker than both of these
そん
women.
な、シロは私のマスターだ。それでは立場が逆ではないですか。
そういうの考えてないんじゃない？魔術師とかサーバントとかどうでもいいって感じ。あいつの頭の中、一度見てみたくなったわね。
Tohsaka and Saber know each other well enough to talk to each other. Saber has been silent ever since I stopped her from going out dressed like she was. She said she wouldn't take her off her armor, so I made her wear a raincoat. She's been pretty quiet ever. He silenced her, Shirou. What's wrong with you? Now she follows me and only speaks to Tohsaka. She's like giving him the death stare behind under the hood.
橋に出ればいいんだろ？ならこっちのが近道だ。
I don't want to walk alongside them, so I quickly make my way to the small side road. They follow me without objection. Okay, I think when we get to the church, I'll end the episode because this has been way too long. We find that we have to cross, but we get to a neighboring town, Shinto, but...
へえ、こんな道あったんだ。そっか。橋には公園からでも行けるんだから、公園を目指せばいいのね。
Maybe it's just because... Oh yeah, Saber's definitely angry. Maybe it's just because it's nighttime. Tosaka's face, looking up at the bridge, seems even more beautiful than at school. I'm troubled. Shirou, come on now. Oh yeah, Saber's like giving him the silent treatment right now. I hurry Tohsaka, who's standing still in the park, and make my way up the stairs. Once we reach the road alongside the bridge, Shinto will be straight ahead of us. Yeah, the Tsukihime anime is pretty universally reviled. OC is good though. Manga and Vienna Peak. Yeah, I think it's my plan to read the visual novel at some point. Unless they make an anime adaptation, a new one, which would be cool. I definitely review that. There's no one on the bridge. Only natural that most people don't even use it during the daytime. It's more normal to use the bus or train to get to the neighboring town, so this bridge is rarely used. That's because it's so long and it carries a fear that it might collapse on you. That must be why this place isn't used for dates, even though it's perfect location-wise. He's thinking about dates while he's walking with girls. Saber's following me silently. Tohsaka's walking right beside me. Trying to ignore them, I hurry across the bridge. Beyond the bridge, Tohsaka leads us into the suburbs. When I think about Shinto, only the office buildings in front of the station come to mind, but there are streets from older times once you get away from the station. The suburbs are the most extreme of those. Those are hilly roads and high ground overlooking the sea. As you go further up the hill, there are fewer buildings, and the foreigners' cemetery built on the slope of the hill can be seen.
この上が教会よ。エミヤ君も一度ぐらいは行ったことがあるんじゃない？
You're getting to the church in a second? Okay.
あそこが孤児院だった。
Okay. They're yapping. They know. They're like, you want to end the episode? No.
じゃあ
No.
少し気を引き締めた方がいいわ。あそこの神父は一筋縄じゃいかないから。
Tohsaka starts up the hill. Looking up, I can see the building at the top of the hill. The church at the top of the hill. I never thought I'd visit God's house for the first time for a reason like this. Okay.
すごいなこれ。
Okay. I think we should end it here. I'm gonna save. I'm just gonna save regardless. Okay. So this whole episode, we basically got through the prologue events, but from Shirou's perspective, summoned Saber, beat Lancer kinda, and now Tohsaka Rin is gonna help us get accustomed to our Pokemon journey. But in the next episode, we'll get the rundown from Kotomine, the false priest of the church. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for saving my channel. And for everybody who tuned in, that's 120 views. That's awesome. And 18 likes. Thank you guys so much for watching. It was really a pleasure talking to you guys. Kakarot Gaming, thank you for sticking through. And any new viewers who showed up. You guys are all awesome. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will definitely be picking this up probably tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after, definitely. But I have nothing to do for the rest of the summer. So thank you guys once again so much for watching. Leave a like if you're new. Subscribe. Comment what else you want to see. And we'll see you guys next time. Peace out.